Alright, hello everyone. We've got some USA Cup coming up tonight. A couple of really good sets. I have no idea who Fish and Tofu is, but we're gonna find out. As they'll be playing T90Official. Fish and Tofu, actually, of all the player names that I've entered in my list, is the first one that contains spaces. Oh, no, it's not. Emu Warrior had spaces. Okay. Emu was the first. Number 100, or line 112, where the first line was a header line, so 111 or 110 names before I finally got a space in one. Thanks, Emu. Emu OP. So, right, this I just saw scheduled earlier today, and time to cast it. I also got a haircut today. I feel like my hair is, like, really short right now. But it's summertime, so we'll live with it. Maybe I got it cut a bit too short on the sides, but it'll grow in like a week. Hello, Brandy. Welcome in. So, I also just went to the gym and did my cardio, so I am incredibly thirsty, and I basically chugged an entire bottle of water, and I'll probably have to get up and run to the bathroom fairly often between these games now. And that's how life works. So, let's see if we can find a draft for this. This is one of the Silver League sets to get us warmed up. In about 90 minutes, we'll get to T90. Saw this one was live, so I figured let's go live early and cast it, and looks like we do indeed have a couple of drafts ready to go for us. South Dakota Badlands will be their first map. Let me get those put up on the overlay as they're doing their civs. So actually, Kalpit will be on the left of the overlay. There's my overlay. South Dakota Badlands. So Hindustani is the very first pick. Interesting. Kalpit's maps will be Evacuation and Land Madness. Cryptic's maps will be Cross and Voyagers. Ooh. I do like a good Voyagers map. Good old Minnesota. I feel like my camera keeps drifting off to the side, like every time I stream. Yeah, I gotta be more centered in it. Am I like in focus now? Wait. Okay, I hope I am. So we're gonna get... Ooh, Saracens even. That's an interesting pick. Cryptic going all cav civs, nothing else. Kalpit a bit more variety. Dravidians, Wu, Vietnamese, Cumans, Hindustanis. And then Jurchens at the end. Well, Cryptic looks like a man who wants to make scouts. I guess Magyars for Land Madness. Lithuanians for Cross. Saracens for Evacuation. Georgians for Voyagers. And Jurchens for South Dakota Badlands. Scouts into Knights. Well, not for Jurchens. They don't have Knights. I guess Saracens, well, they get fully upgraded Knights. Meanwhile, let's see, so Dravidians or Wu for, I guess one for Cross, maybe Dravidians Cross, Wu for Evacuation. Fire Archers on the cracked terrain sound pretty sick. Predictions how this series turns out? I have no idea. I think this will be a pretty even one. I think I would probably favor Cryptic, maybe 3-1. But that's just after seeing Kalpit struggle against a much lower rated player in an absolutely epic set from one of the qualifiers. When you get to this elo, that's, you know, just like a little bit under 2k, a lot will depend on how motivated the players are to sit down, grind out practice games, figure out the meta for the maps, spreadsheet their build orders, and make sure they're on point when they play their games. That's going to matter the most when you get to custom map pools like these. This isn't just straight Arabia. So let's see. How do I find these games? I guess I gotta use the spectator dashboard and let it load. Ooh, loading screen. Loading screen. If I open in Chrome, does it load? T-Rex.com. They're both load. Oh no, Chrome loaded. Nunez playing MBL. That could be a fun one. But Nunez is a USA player. This music is good for shattered nerves. Hello, Bloodless. Oh yeah, Bloodless played the other day. We have some recs of a couple of games we could play too. So later tonight at 2 GMT, there's Development versus Macy. I think that might just be a bit too late for me to cast, though. It's going to be 10 p.m. I got to be sleeping then. I think Cryptic is the higher elo player. But I don't know the practice that these players have put in. So I don't know exactly who to favor. Let's see if I can... Cryptic, okay, they're in a lobby. It'll be South Dakota Badlands. Can we see Cyan versus Green? Because Cryptic has picked Cyan. And Kalpit has picked Green. Can we keep those colors, or should we swap colors around? Yep, T90 playing after this. A rare combo? I don't know, I think Green's a pretty common pick. But maybe I see Cyan Green because I pick Cyan. Root for the civilization you like. That's the way to do it. So the elos are actually pretty close. 1899 for Kalpit, 1877 for Cryptic. So 22 points separating the two of them. Wait for whoever gets Vittorio's converted. Too soon. Did that happen recently? Did Vittorio's get converted? Now this map will be Hindustanis against Magyars. Okay, Cryptic not taking the same path I thought he would in terms of his civ selection. Actually going Magyars for game number 1. And here you are. So Kalpit will be in the green to the west. Cryptic will be in the cyan to the east. And my apologies, but I will go blue versus red here because I can't even see those colors on the mini-map. Let me swap that around. There we go. So we will have Cryptic. Blue Magyars to the east. Kalpit red Hindustanis to the west. South Dakota Badlands. This map is absolutely crazy. You have cracked terrain by your TC. Is this cracked? Could you douche and put your TC here? And then just auto-win? Oh, did T90 lose his Vittorios to conversions? I know I've casted Hyper Random years ago where that happened. I've seen Drush versus Vittorios on Vittorio starts. Okay, so you can build there. It's not rocky. I don't know if it's cracked. I don't think Capture Aid shows you if a building is cracked or not. I don't think the game even shows you that. That would be nice if you clicked on the building and had an indicator to show if it's on cracked terrain. So the Elo's very close. And it's a play all three in a group stage, so like I said, it will depend on practice, but these civs on this map feels like, yeah, it's a fairly standard scouts opening, but your boar positionings are super far from the TC. We see Cryptic did manage to find a Javelina, and you can spend a lot of the Dark Age pushing in your Ibexes, and a failed push could set you back quite a bit. It'd be expensive to repair a Victoria, especially in the Dark Age. It's true. How much would it have to generate to fund its own repairs? Between militia fighting it and a Vil essentially idle while repairing it and spending res. How does he compensate for lower attack? Just not fighting until he gets forging? Or bloodlines? And I think the big compensation is what do you do when your TC runs out of food? Yeah, YOLO to the berries, that's what. He's got a villager out here finding foxes, looking for boars. And his boar finding has not given him the results he needs. If that one's in the fog of war, and he didn't notice it, as he is doing loom, chopping a tree by his TC, and normally you'd be thinking, hey, let's go up soon. No, it's time for Dark Age farms, and that's going to be the key on this map. Can you manage the Dark Age without needing the Dark Age farms? And I think Cryptic has managed to do that quite nicely. And to get 3, but you have to find them. They're all really far. I haven't played the map myself, so I don't really have the biggest appreciation for just how hard it is to bring them in. But just look at Kalpit's scouting. There are more birds than there is animals heading to the TC. And he's bringing in a boar. He has another one down there. Has another 2 over here. So he could get 4 more, including this one. But the timing on them isn't going to be there, along with Cryptic. So time to garrison in and shoot the boar dead. And feudal age for both players. Cryptic up 30 seconds faster. So 30 seconds faster with Magyar scouts. That's going to be hard to deal with. And we're looking at that 36 seconds of idle TC time. And that's someone who's 1900 and is going scouts. Probably the easiest build order there is. And can't even pull it off cleanly because of just how oppressive the map is in the Dark Age. Just by the opening, it's GG. Cryptic cannot lose. Well, look at this. I mean, there could be another... I mean, I said another 3. This might be another 4 boars for Kalpit. You never know when Cryptic will take a bad fight. Or run into spears. But being able to push in those Ibexes was extraordinarily valuable for Cryptic. Also, Jaguars up here to hunt your Vils if they go for the boars. Cryptic taking a boar from the middle. And doing a stable, so he gets that boar up, and then he should be able to pump scouts for quite a good bit. Cheaper Magyar scouts with the free forging. Not even bothering for a spear, while his opponent still is in the Dark Age. And Kalpit has a good bit of catching up to do. As Cryptic will shoot the boar with the TC, and have that lured in very cleanly. Now that he's feudal, he is loom for the lures. And that'll help with some of the long-distance boars. And Kalpit with the Dark Age, now Feudal Age Scout, trying to pick a villager out by the berries. Cryptic will fight with more Vils, he'll bring over a spear, the Vil goes down. And nice first kill from Kalpit. Cryptic had the Vils on the outside of the berries, where the Scout could be uphill. And he decided to fight, then turn and run, and maybe needed to run just a bit sooner. So, spears for both. Remember, the Magyar spears will benefit from the free forging just as well as their scouts. And just scouts with lots of farms behind it. Hindustanis will have the cheaper vills, but not the most impactful eco upgrade these days. It's 8, 13, 18, 23% discounts for each age. And there is a scout going down for Kalpit as he tries to Alcatraz wall a Vil who is lowering a board to stop the scouts from killing her. But as the scouts run away, the Vil will just walk back to the TC instead of going back for the boar. Cryptic almost got poked by the spear, but he'll turn around with his scouts and run back. At this point, Cryptic's starting to amass more scouts with foraging, and he'll want to be taking fights, especially if he can be aggressive and be uphill. And oh, what a triple hit from the scouts. And Turin Hurin, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Remember, everyone, we're also streaming on YouTube, so you can check either stream, whatever feels better for you. And wall still going up for Kalpit. Let's see if the scouts are able to get in around the back. And now Kalpit able to wall up, not really going to take more damage from the scouts for the moment. Enough spears that he should be able to deter them. And Cryptic actually just going to fight the scouts. He's going to say, I have foraging on a hill. And fight the spears. He'll kill the spears, and actually, never mind, there weren't enough spears there. Cryptic decided to dive, gets the Wallingville, and also taking a good fight against the scouts, so there's Bloodless asking, what does Kalpit do against the extra attack? Well, he suffers against it. As Cryptic will keep this side of the base open should more scouts be able to hoover around. Himself, though, Cryptic, with 5 scouts, he stopped producing. Doing a blacksmith to wall the back of his base, and then he'll think about going up to the castle age, floating just a tiny bit of gold right now. And then he can go for knights with free iron casting, or he could make a swap and go for cavalry archers. Either option should be pretty good on this map, but if your enemy's open and you know you got a timing advantage, going straight for the knights can be deadly. You're against the Hindustani, so you have to be careful for either option that you might be against camels. But a couple of knights for early pressure feel like they'd be really strong right in this situation. Cryptic might even find another lumber camp on the right. We'll see if Kalpit's able to protect that with his scouts. Looks like he's not, so if Cryptic simply loops around, then Kalpit will be in danger. That's maybe a big if, though. If it looks like Cryptic's gonna head back. Who could have been aggressive there, but here is double ranges, so it will be a swap to cav archers. They will not hit as early as knights will, because you need more cav archer numbers. You gotta hit a critical mass so that you can one-shot enemy units, or at least a good enough mass that you can take decent fights. If you go in 1 or 2 at a time, whereas knights might be able to raid and pick off vills, the cav archers really just have to run back and wait for their reinforcements. Bloodlines for Cryptic, so he hasn't really spent too much effort in feudal upgrades. Simply enjoying being the Magyars, he will take a poke from a spear and lose a scout. And now 4 to 7 scouts, regardless of the upgrades, he still doesn't want to take that. He'll bring his own spears over. I catch when he got horse collar? I didn't see exactly when, but he does have it now. Cryptic is rather late on horse collar. Alright. Remember, it's not as bad to be late on horse collar these days, though, because it still applies partially to pre-existing farms. And there's fletching. This is what can take a while. Fletching not even in for Cryptic. He's got to wait for a Cav Archer mass. To be fair, he does have 3 ranges, and the Magyar mounted archers, their Cav Archers, will train faster. That's the team bonus. And we'll have another TC for Cryptic. That'll be on his back woodline, his second. And some Cav Archers will now kill these scouts from Kalpit. Cryptic will lose his scouts in the process, though. There is Kalpit up to the Castle Age. And Vils, for him, will wall up at the bottom, but that's also just where the Cav Archers are going. They'll need to speed wall. Cryptic may be a bit distracted by the walling Vil up here. But heading to that opening, and he will get there in time as the Vil has to run away from the wall, but that won't save him as the Cav Archers come over. Maybe it will if the skirms get close. Cryptic's going to dive and take the Vil. And skirms are there, but one more walling Vil should be dead at the hooves of the Cav Archers. Oh, what is that dodge? Okay, now he's dead. And the skirms, though, will keep up the Cav Archers, so Kalpit can think about coming back to wall this again. Still would have loved to have seen maybe just one Magyar Knight to push something like skirms. And that's the second TC for Kalpit, but he'll be a good 10 plus Vils behind by the time that goes up, and Cryptic thinking of his third. Right now, Kalpit with no regression, Cryptic has all the map control he could ever wish for. And Kalpit will keep blowing in those boars, but I bet he wishes he would have had them in the Dark Age rather than now. Get forward siege, Cryptic certainly could, and with this big hill, that could be very valuable. Oh man, that cardio I just did earlier really made me thirsty. So there's bowsaw, wheelbarrow, leather archer armor upgrades for Kalpit. And he'll do a forward TC. But he's gonna need a lot more than one extra TC to catch up to Cryptic in the boom. This TC might even be denied by Cryptic. The Cav Archers are there. The Vils are very low. One of them dies. The other gets hit by a couple of volleys of arrows, but she will get far enough from the wall that Cryptic, even with Bodkin, will be unable to range her with the Cav Archers, and so that TC will be finished 100%. And now we'll have Town Watch from Kalpit. Here's a TC for Kalpit. That'll be his third. Jaguar, will it eat a Cav Archer? No, it won't. Very peaceful. He's saying, you know what, Kalpit, you're far enough behind. I'll let you go get a raid. You gotta catch up by 18 Vils. No use eating those Cav Archers. Kalpit also did not overchop. Walled up and still has his TC on the inside. And we're still waiting for that forward workshop that Bloodless suggested. That is a market on the edge of the map. Kalpit getting ready to trade. Cryptic quickly walls off the chopped wood line. And send that Vil back up to that TC. Where he has a lovely, lovely wood line up there. And Jaguar focused on the Ibex, maybe. They don't hunt them in AoE 2, though. The Lions hunted the Gazelles in AoE 1, but they removed that Ensembles did for AoE 2. Also, hello, Nitro. So husbandry and bloodlines now for Kalpit. And their Cryptic will clean up that army. So Kalpit, what he had forward, unable to pressure Cryptic at all. And we'll have a 4th TC for Kalpit now on a stone mine. There's ballistics and husbandry for Cryptic. And especially with ballistics, the Cav Archers will be able to do damage. That's still 25 seconds away. Skirms popping out of the gate. And a couple of scouts that are killed by skirms. So then, scale boarding and wheelbarrow. Cryptic, and there is the knight. There's the knight, but he needs the armor before fighting skirms. And doesn't want to fight the monk in any case. Late Cav for Cryptic now that he sees the monk, ready to get a unit with conversion resistance to snipe off the monks. And now a 5th TC from Kalpit, who's within 10 vills again. 2k res collected of a difference, but he's been booming fairly peacefully. That forward workshop, Bloodless had suggested for Cryptic, never came to fruition. And the man booming on 3 TCs is behind the man booming on just about to be 5 TCs. What map is this? This is South Dakota Badlands. It is a custom map made for the USA Cup. If anyone can look up who the author is, I'll add the author to the overlay. But it was from the map scripting competition for USA Cup. I've still not found the list of all authors for maps, and I'd love to have that. Looks like Arabia. Well, the start is certainly harder than Arabia, needing to push in those ibexes and find your boars from far away. Castle now for Kalpit. If Cryptic sees that, he could probably deny it with all those CA, but he won't scout it. Yeah, in the bottom side we put it. Oh, hold on, I forgot my USA Cup logo. Where is that? There we go. Must have turned that off when I was casting Warlords the other day. So here is a castle from Cryptic. And gonna be taking the hill in the middle of the map. And he's also very close to going up to the next stage. Has the buildings to do so. Can sell a bit of resource and make it up there. And then maybe get double castle trip production with a hill advantage. Submitted by Hai. Alright. Is that Hai's full name? H-A-I? That. There we go. That's Imp, Thumbring, and Town Watch. All on the way for Cryptic. Kalpit not far from Imp himself, but not going to engage in the immediate Treb War. Hindustanis do have access to Bombard Cannon and Siege Engineers, which does give them a good non-castle option for Siege. Kalpit also did manage to pick up 2 relics, Cryptic not bothering with them yet. Heavy plow for Cryptic. Want the full Discord? Yeah, I'll just go with Hai then. Probably makes more sense than a full tag from Discord. Yeah, Voyagers is by the clowns. Zetnus from Mesa Verde. imp timing will be around 1 minute different, but Kalpit, with the extra TCs, going for TC number 6 on an extra gold, has actually managed to equal up the Vil difference. And Joanna Reeves, thank you for the follow. Only a 4th TC for Cryptic. Oh, TC actually denied by Light Cav. Cryptic with outposts to scout the TC location, gets over there with his Light Cav, kills the Vil, denies the TC, and maybe another attempt could be made, but maybe an attempt for a castle is what Kalpit wants to save the stone for. Is this the USA World Championships, the Silver League? That is a lot of cheap Magyar at Light Cav. Like, a lot of them. None of them to fight those Skarms. And what remains of the Spears. So, quick walls for Kalpit. That'll keep the TC safe. And he'll start getting a few camels out. And this is where things get maybe a bit tricky for the Magyars. I don't really like fighting camels, but recurve bow cav archers, depending on the micro, can maybe get the job done. So we all know once the trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. And this is a castle for Kalpit that looks like it'll fall. He's getting his own treb out, but once the castle's down, Light Cav can run in. Camels are not in position for the treb. And we'll have a castle going up here for Cryptic. As TC number 7 goes up for Kalpit. He knows 7's the best number of TCs. That's what Smarthy taught me back in the day. 7's the best number of TCs. Are Berbers a hard counter to Magyars? I don't think so. I think Magyars still put up a good enough fight. They can deal with Berbers. And I don't think there are any real, like, one-sided Civ matchups. So Treb's going for the TC. We have Heavy Cav Archer now for Cryptic. And another denied TC from Kalpit. Some Cav Archers do get over there. Cryptic with the outposts. Knowing where those TCs are being placed. Such valuable scouting information for him. Cav Archers could probably kill a lot of Vils there. As the TC goes down and Trebs keep working on the castle. But Imp Camel clicked for Kalpit. Alright, he's got 7 camels. He should have. Well, if he has gold, he has the eco for Imp Camels, but the way he's walled, he's left a gold outside. Cryptic would see should he go to that gold. There's another gold down there he could maybe go for, but Cryptic has a knight on that house. He's keeping track of it. So now, how does Kalpit get gold? This TC looks like the main source of it. 4 of his Vils are there. I love the use of outposts by Cryptic, giving him insanely good map vision. Okay, then Bracer for Kalpit. This doesn't look good, though, if all those Light Cav were to run in. Okay, Castle takes out a camel. And Treb's going for the castle as a Cav Archer gets shot by the castle. And Vils will go over to repair that. Cannon comes out for Kalpit. And the Light Cav will run down the camel. Other Hussars, they're Hussars now. Hussars for Cryptic doing his final armor. Running in, killing Vils. This castle will go down. At the same time, Kalpit's getting a bit of a raid on Cryptic's eco, but it is just a few camels, Imperial camels, but camels nevertheless. And Cryptic home with a few Cav Archers should be able to clean them up. And now I'm just seeing blue dots, the blue tide of Hussars pouring into Kalpit's base as Cryptic is raiding and devastating his eco. 20 Vil difference. And chat's starting to call the GG. I'm starting to agree with you as Cryptic's on the verge of ending this. This castle will crumble soon as there are not enough repair vills. Only 4 vills repairing. That's not good against 3 tribs. Imp camels coming forward. More of a village rushing towards the castle. Will they get there in time? Just barely, maybe. No. No. No, they won't. Ultimately, the castle falls. The tribs stay alive. And now there's nothing standing between those hussars and this vulnerable economy for raiding. Kalpit still holding on, still on 130 vills, but he's going to struggle for military pop. Just now doing heavy plow. And Cryptic's everywhere. He's got hussars finding the stone miners of Kalpit. He's controlling the neutral resources, still pushing at the front, being careful not to take head-on fights against the now Imperial camels. And the recurve bow cav archers, they're getting Parthian now. They're heavy cav archers. They will tear some of this army apart. Down go those camels. Cryptic buying stone. He's getting ready for a get out of this game castle. Doing another forward castle. And there's the GG. A GG from Kalpit, and Cryptic will win game number 1. So good win for Cryptic. Remember, this is a group stage, so you want to win as many games as you can. Not just the 2 to win the set, but also prefer a 3-game sweep. Cryptic with a good start so far. 8,000 more res collected. And GG for Cryptic. And, capture age on. Wrong overlay. I closed capture age prematurely. Or swapping my scene. And Nostra Bloodless. And Bloodless is he's an intellectual. He's a smart man. So Cryptic will win game number 1. And that was Hindustani's the very first pick too, losing to Magyars. Let's see, Twitch just ran an ad, so well, let me run another one. So, alright, I'm going to be right back, stay tuned, and we'll get into game number 2 that Kalpit will get to pick. Alright, so Kalpit will pick the map for game number 2, which shall be Evacuation. And failed to download match content, thanks DE. I really need to get a failed to download match content emote. And no big surprise on the civs. Dravidians against Georgians. And then we open Capture Age. And let me do the same colors as last time. Alright. Yeah, thanks to Elevid knows. Elevid knows about failed to download match content. So we will have Cryptic as the Blue Georgians to the northwest and Kalpit as the Red Dravidians to the southeast. The map will be Evacuation. One of the maps, this was designed by Hank for Hidden Cup 5. I edited it to be a bit more consistent. We got some lovely cliffs and rock formations in the middle. A few relics here. On the opposite side, some mixed trees as we get away from the water and ahead towards these mountains in the corners, which hold treasure and relics. And some flowers, some lovely flowers by the fronts of them. Always a map I enjoy. Interesting concept with the cracked terrain. You're banning this map whenever possible. It's too hard. There are lots of things going on, but I think they all kind of flow together nicely. And remember, in about 45 minutes, we do have T90 set starting. So we'll have a dock in the back for Kalpit. He'll be going straight for the corner to grab all the deep fish in the corner. Cryptic will be going more towards the side. Could maybe go for a second dock in the corner should he want more fish. And despite being, I guess, somewhat older map at this point. We do still have the water balance changes. So, garrisoning the dock, hulks, all the new stuff from the past few months will be here. Does that change the map entirely? Well, you know what I've been saying if you've been watching the stream. I've been saying winning the water means you lose the game. As I watch more hybrid maps, I feel like whoever wins the water initially ends up losing. So I think the new water meta can sometimes encourage overinvestment into water control, which backfires. First dock on side is better because you get fish out sooner. It is a bit closer, that's true. Now over here at the front, there are no fish. You cannot go and fish there. Or there are shore fish, but no deep fish. That's something we made sure of when we edited the map, that the deep fish were on the sides and in the back and not at the front, so we didn't want to make front docking too strong. Otherwise, you'd be front docking and controlling shallows and making it hard to evacuate a bit too early. Okay, let's go. I do hope we get to see lots of arena. I'm not the biggest fan of the version of arena, though, because it has chickens on it sometimes, and it has the low HP walls. I think they could have picked a better clown version of arena. And feudal age now for Cryptic. Alright, he's up there and he's doing a mill on the outside, so he's crossed the shallows for the mill. Hasn't taken the boar. We saw earlier Kalpit taking the boar across his shallows. On the opposite side of the shallows, you're basically guaranteed berries, a patch of deer, and a boar somewhat close to the crossing. Right near the start of the road then leads over to the mountain. And again, we see Cryptic 30 seconds faster. And Georgians again could be played as scouts. I don't see an early barracks from Cryptic, so he's probably not going men-at-arms. Yeah, it does have the low 1080 HP walls. Are the games live? Yes, they are. Where is my army? They are indeed live. The games are as live as the doornail is dead. Cryptic got one more fishing ship out. He did. Dravidians, though, will have a pretty nice fishing eco. Remember, their fishing ships... Oh! Get extra carry capacity, but Kalpit... Ooh, we're taking the slow shorefish rather than the fast deep fish. Extra important to take the deep fish if you're the Dravidians. So some snappers here. And Cryptic up to the feudal age. Barracks up for him on the grassy land. There's the cracked terrain, dirt land, still does not have a military building. And the drush is forward now for Kalpit. The drush is forward, Cryptic doing double bit axe. And still taking these acacia trees in the back. Ooh, maybe I should update the map to use the trick I learned, where I can make the acacia trees still have cracked terrain underneath them. And next time we use Evacuation, I might do that. There's sometimes a situation where, say you're being trushed, you could do a counter tower on the acacia trees, and then it won't be cracked versus cracked. So Cryptic will see the villas on the lumber camp. Scout here from Kalpit will see Cryptic. And the scout will get a couple pokes on a villa. Now remember, when you're out here, there's no TC to garrison in. So it's a bit riskier not to be quick-walled, or small-walled rather. Cryptic just gonna content himself with villager fights to dissuade Kalpit's scout from committing to the kill. And men-at-arms from Kalpit getting in on Cryptic's woodline. He's there with 4 men-at-arms. We saw the Drush walking forward earlier. Cryptic, no military buildings on the mainland, was maybe preoccupied with the scout on his lumber camp. He's going scouts. He's still getting into Kalpit's lumber camp. So men-at-arms on one side, scouts on the other. Both players now getting in. As I said from the Civ draft, it looked like Cryptic was going to go scouts every game. He should be able to get a vill or two here in revenge for the fallen vills by the mule cart. Right now, though, that's a 4-2 Eco KD, 5-2 in favor of Kalpit, who now is forward and looks like he's getting some water control. So Evacuation is the home map. Looks like something Kalpit has practiced and is familiar with. Now, not that Cryptic did a strategy that isn't viable, but he did not react properly to the men-at-arms. Did not react properly at all, and a villager will have to run from the Hulk. Hill goes down to the men-at-arms. The spear will chase these scouts on the other side. Archery range now for Cryptic. Looks like Emu versus Dev in a couple of hours too. Ooh, okay. We'll keep an eye on the time. Let's see how late we can keep casting. I was gonna edit a video, but I keep seeing more sets scheduled tonight. So, big scout army against the men-at-arms. This makes me wish for demos. I miss the demos. Where are all the demos? Oh, Tantron versus Minor Minds. Ooh. There's a blacksmith from Cryptic. Putting all his buildings in a nice line, lining them up. Stable, barracks, blacksmith. Still no military presence over here by his town center. Even has a mule cart he had to bring back. Just one skirmisher. Alright, scouts fighting the archers. Maybe they're out there somewhere but can't find their way to the map because of the pathfinding. And now big fight on the hill. Cryptic really needs to focus the spear. That spear got a couple of really nice pokes and still hasn't lost too much HP. Got 2 scouts down, 3 scouts killed by the spear, 4 scouts killed by the spear. And that was not the best micro from Cryptic, leaving that spear alive. And he will clean the army, but at a great cost to his scout numbers. Will he actually clean it? Wait, this is going to be really close. That skirm's still there. He's actually going to leave the men-at-arms, or 1 man-at-arms alive as he gets 1 scout dies. And the skirms will survive. The spear here, it's poke a skirm. Oh, it'll literally be 1 spear and 1 skirm remaining. But behind all that, Kalpit is up. Kalpit with about 600 more res collected. He has that Dravidian extra carry long-distance fishing bonus. Yes, Hero Spear. Hello, Magnolia. How you doing? And then fletching for Kalpit. So it looks like we might have a tied 1-1 game on our hands if Kalpit can keep this up. This is, I think, one of the closer matches. As we said, 1899 to 1877. The elos are pretty darn close. And then padded archer armor for Kalpit. TC taking down the man-at-arm. And oh, look at all the cows. The cows are coming home for Kalpit. Finally scouting enough in the grassy area to grab some of the cows that are hidden around. Or not really hidden so much as just grazing out there by themselves. And Cryptic just about to click up now, but 2 minutes behind Kalpit. And Cryptic now reduced to 0 fishing ships. Against the Dravidian player, who, with a forward dock, actually has that dock in a wonderful location to fish. And Kalpit will keep adding fishing ships. And oh, Cryptic luring aboard to the mule cart. Has to be careful not to lose the Vil. Will this be close? Nope, he gets the kill, but there's a spear coming in. See if this can be another hero spear if he can spot the injured villager. He's on only 4 HP. There he goes. Cryptic trying to run and loses the Vil to the spear. Kalpit checked the Vil HP, went for the kill, and got it with the spear. Nicely done. Cryptic may be a bit overzealous with his micro abilities in hunting that boar. As we're now having the beauty of elephant archers. Crossing the shallows. I wouldn't want to cross a shallow ford at the rickety top of that elephant, but hey, they'll brave it. And Bloodline scale barding armor for Cryptic. We'll have a forward Vil for Kalpit, as he now has a second TC and a second fish boom dock. And Sin City 2100, your stream made me go back and play AoE 2 again. Well, hope you enjoyed it. I've been having a lot of fun casting recently. So there's the tower. Tower takes down the scout. And Cryptic will go for his own second TC. But 10 fishing ships to 0 right now, the lead for Kalpit. Has to be careful maybe not to overinvest in the fishing ships or the water, as I've been saying, but now that's a forward workshop. The elephant archers will camp the base of the tower and do what they can to hit the villagers. They're very, very inaccurate. They don't seem to be able to hit Vils at all. And Cryptic's just gonna call the GG, fearing the elephants. And we have a series on our hands, as Kalpit ties it up 1-1 behind some aggressive men-at-arms, and the scouts for Cryptic weren't quite enough to even it up. Men-at-arms, while also winning the water, gave him the fishing and food advantage to click up faster, and ties it 1-1. So that means game number 3 will decide who wins. To play all 3, we'd have the game anyway, but this makes it a bit more interesting. So that's Kalpit winning Evacuation. Of the remaining 3 maps, Cryptic, of course, can't pick any of them, and we'll have some extra maps. That was his very first pick to Georgians, losing to the Dravidians. Or the other way around, Georgians losing to the Dravidians winning. And Fish and Tofu, hello, Fish and Tofu will be playing T90 in just about 90 minutes. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, Paradox is still here. Paradox is one of the hosts of the event, along with Ace John. So I played with Cryptic on Nations Cup 2023. He was on USAE with me, Ornlu, and Bengudi. Was usually one of the pocket players, so it doesn't surprise me to see he would favor the scout sibs in his draft. We'll have another lobby. Okay, they haven't picked the map yet, though. Still says Evacuation. So, lobby... Okay, still says evacuation. I wish I could peer into the lobby, like we could a bit more in Voobly. And have, like, the between-game chat kind of in the chat box. Let's hope to see Voyagers. Let's hope to see that, too. I agree. I mean, after Kalpit just picked Evacuation, maybe Cryptic should be wary of going for another hybrid map. If we see Voyagers, what does Kalpit do, though? He has 3 interesting civs. A Fire Archer push from the Wu, or a 2TC boom from the Kumans. Or just Vietnamese, playing as the OP civ the Vietnamese are. Peer into your soul and see the fear of the upcoming match. Don't worry, all the pressure will be on T90. I'm sure all the pressure is for him to do well in USA Cup. Just finished up with work, and T West is on. Hope all is well. Oh, welcome in, Falcom. Welcome, welcome. I mean, Vietnamese are just strong. They were strong before they got Fire Lancers, and now they just got Fire Lancers, so... They are a darn scary civ. And the map shall be Land Madness. Cryptic opting to play Kalpit's second home map. Which does mean I think we have to see Vietnamese from Kalpit here for Land Madness. Don't really see... Kumans on the map. You can't get a good TC location with the rock terrain. And it's a bit too aggressive for a TC2, but then again, maybe double stable early on with a stable discount could be a thing. Don't think that's the best eco bonus, though. And the Woo, I don't think really makes sense. And let's see what the civs will be. It'll be Vietnamese versus Jurchens. Okay. And once again, we'll put Cryptic in blue, Kalpit in red. And here we go. So Cryptic will be the blue Jurchens to the west, Kalpit the red Vietnamese to the southeast, and the map is Land Madness. So game number 3 tied 1-1. The player is very close in Elo. And in the chat, Fish and Tofu mentally preparing for his upcoming set against T90. We'll have Loom on the way. What is this early Loom from Kalpit? What is that early Loom? Oh, he's got a forward Vil? What? What is this? What is this madness on Land Madness? Alright, he needs to get ready for a good lame here. Cryptic saying, no, I'm sending my village, you're not taking my boar. This map has but a single boar on it. And up, an attempted lame. So Kalpit had a strat, the gate not quite in position, this gate now in position. And he's shooting the boar, he's getting it, but then Cryptic gets it back. Oh, wait, what? Maybe the Vil was too far away? But, alright, so Kalpit, whatever he did, he caused a lot of idle time for Cryptic, sending 4 or 5 Vils to deal with that. Let's see, Cryptic's still slightly up in res collected. Lots of idle time for the Vil walking forward and back and now being down Loom. Unfortunate for Kalpit, he was just one single tile away from laming 2 of Cryptic's sheep. And Cryptic in the back, going to start pushing in the Ibexes. Maybe he killed a deer, but I think there are usually several deer patches that are pushable on this map. So laming deer I don't think is the most impactful strategy you can go for. There is another house from Kalpit. He'll abandon it to go hunt a boar.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân. Thảo dân xin chờ bẩm.
Putting the boar right under the TC. Deer push. Gets in, gets taken by the Vills. And another deer pushed by a scout in the back. And we'll be hunted by the Vills right under the TC. A few more Vills go over to the berries by the mill. And some Vills will head over there. We'll have another house up for Kalpit.
Dạ bẩm, có thảo dân.
And Loom for Cryptic. And Cryptic now, 19 pop. Looks like he's going to do one more Vill before heading up. And then go up. So the Jerchins, a pretty good scout civ in their own right. They're cav, they're mounted units, and fire lancers. Attack 25% faster in feudal. Their hunt doesn't decay, so actually being lamed there would have been pretty awkward to deal with if you are the Jerchins. You really do want to take your boar. Siege engineers in Castle Age. Your siege and fortification upgrades are cheaper. Units get less friendly fire damage. And extra line of sight for gunpowder units. You can go grenadiers, you can go steppe lancers. You'll have cav archers that shoot faster. Hello, Baron. Yeah, Baron's gonna co-cast Cryptic with me tomorrow. Cryptic actually has 2 sets back-to-back. If you were minor heart attack. Yeah, I was going about my afternoon and I saw Cryptic scheduled. I was like, well, I'll cast it before T90. Yeah, don't worry, Baron, you didn't miss anything.
Dạ, có gì sai bảo.
Well, we'll do tomorrow where he has 2 sets and we can do both of them if you want. So, barracks up now for Cryptic at the front, and this does look like just a standard Scouts opening. And no surprise to see him go Scouts 3 out of 3 games.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Dạ bẩm, có thảo dân.
There's another barracks for Kalpit. And Cryptic up to feudal. And double that axe for Cryptic, so standard Scouts. We'll see if he does Horse Collar. I'll need to start doing farm soon, but should be fairly safe and fairly well walled. Hey, he didn't find his sheep either. He was... Oh, look at that. One tile away from seeing his sheep. Both players 1 tile away from finding these sheep. Oh, this might be... If Paradox is here, this might be something to fix on the map. Maybe this is just bad luck for one group of sheep, but there's a bug in some maps, and maybe even some maps that are in DE, where all of the sheep spawn directly adjacent to each other, so they're not actually spread out a couple of tiles, which makes them easier to spot. They're just directly one right next to the other. It's a weird loose grouping quirk. Isn't the 25% faster attack OP? It's strong, but I don't think it's OP. I think it's more OP for Steppe Lancers than it is for Scouts. So Vietnamese Scouts. So 1v1 in an even matchup. Yeah, the Jerchins will have the stronger Scouts.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
Kalpit about to finish his berries too. We'll have to go back to the TC, start doing some farms. Take the sheep. It's an edge on even numbers and upgrades. They should always win. Yep, they should. The question is that the case? Do we have even numbers and upgrades? The Vietnamese have a really smooth eco with the economic upgrades, costing no food and researching faster. And a few farms going up around the TC. As the Scouts maybe could try to hit the Vills. The Scout's just going to loop around. All the Vills out from the mill. Maybe Kalpit wanted to take the berries really quickly so we could bring the Vills back and have them safer. The fewer spaces you have to defend, the better. And we'll figure out whether or not Cryptic will be adding in an archery range, or just going up to the Castle Age, or going for another stable and doubling down on the Scouts. This is a map where making the right decisions is will be crucial, as one mistake, and suddenly you lose everything. Almost always go for eco over military. And he did overforage, whereas his berryvilles are exposed now. How do the Fire Lancers match up here? So we have Fire Lancers that attack faster versus Fire Lancers that have plus 20% HP. So one civ has a bonus for mounted units and Fire Lancers, the other for archers and Fire Lancers. There are two of the good old and Fire Lancer civs. And I guess 25% faster attack is maybe slightly better than 20% extra HP, but I guess it depends what they're actually attacking. If there are ranged units on the field, the XP makes them tankier, and that's probably better. If it's just melee units, then maybe the attack speed's better. And there is foraging for Cryptic. Grenadiers seem good. Light calf plus Grenadier. Our Grenadiers are also anti-infantry, and I wonder how well they would do against the Vietnamese, if Vietnamese maybe have cav archers as an option. And Cryptic wisely runs, and good thing he spotted that in time, all the spears. And there is a market for Kalpit, so selling stone could be an option. But Kalpit doing scale mail armor, which means he wants to invest heavily into spears. Grenadiers feel kind of anti-everything. Fair enough. Fair enough, a bit anti-everything. Maybe worried about clicking up behind Cryptic here. Let's see, he's selling stone and buying food. But still can't quite go up. If Cryptic sold stone, he could go up now. And he's doing a second stable, though. How many farms? 15 farms. And not really using the mill for farming. Wouldn't mind seeing a second mill kind of closer to the TC. And Cryptic just about to go up. And then he can spam double stable scouts on his way up and swap into Steppe Lancers. So the Jurchen stable, they have Light Cav and they have Steppe Lancers. Two things from the stable. But two very, very strong things in their own regards because of the faster attack. Now, so far, 3-0 KD for Cryptic. No vills lost. Hussars are amazing. And that will be a good 25-second advantage for Cryptic, as the walls don't come in time, but the spears are scary enough that they'll frighten away Cryptic's scouts. And Cryptic will do armor and probably bloodlines on his way up. Now, triple stable, let's go. Cryptic gonna go all in. Cryptic gonna go all in here. And looks like it'll be triple stable steppies. Yeah, the Iron Pagoda also was solid. So Steppe Lancers with one range don't really fear Spearmen all that much. Especially the Feudal Age variant if they're not pikes. But double stables now for Kalpit. Could he go elephants? I don't think elephants are fast enough to fight steppies on this map. Steppies would just run around and pick vills. Gold in the back for Kalpit. No way. And never doubt the ability of players to love going elephants. Some gates and walls there, just nothing really too useful. His ranged units, well, he's doing bloodlines on the stables. No melee stable unit upgrades at the blacksmith for him, but then again, no ranged upgrades, so we don't know what he's doing. See, I would need ranges, not stables though, and he did 2 stables. Unless that was a misclick somehow. We got Light Cav now for Cryptic, and it'll be Steppe Lancers. So Steppe Lancer plus Light Cav. And Steppe Lancer should be great here if there are no ranged units for Kalpit. Kalpit also in danger of losing the stable. Cryptic will retreat from the Spearmen. I don't like Kalpit's position either. This is where if you're against all those spears, Cryptic probably wants to buy a bit of food and do iron casting and then fight and kill the spears, and he's fine. And whenever the spears go back, he can go back to the stable. Knights beat steppies. Do Knights actually beat Steppies? Cryptic's going, or Kalpit's going for a TC. A TC on the berries. Cryptic will destroy a stable, and that'll curtail half of the Knight production. If you take away the stacking. Yeah, that's the hard thing. Accounting properly for the stacking in the micro. Because that's how you use steppies. Like this. You're away from a tile, and the fight starts, and you win the fight before it starts. Alright, so the spears are gone, but the knights are in. Cryptic, with one tile of missing wall, lets in 2 knights, and they will kill exactly 0 villagers as the TC goes up. But still must have been scary for him. A bit scary. The knights don't have any armor upgrades. Well, gold's always an issue on this map. And it's nice to secure the wood line. Maybe there could have been a TC on the gold too. And now the Steppe Lancers from a tile away attack the knight, but at the same time the lumber camp is raided by Cryptic. Some vills go down, or 1 vill goes down. Now there's 1-to-1 eco KD, as Kalpit will start auto farming around the TC. This guy, at least he has eco-tax as the Vietnamese. At least he has the eco-tax. No wheelbarrow, though. Quite a few farms. And I'm still struggling to see what unit he wants to make. Knights on 1 stable. For 3 TCs on Land Bandit. So a 3rd TC from Cryptic, he this time realizing he wants to keep his gold safe after being raided. And he'll take down a Fire Lancer. And Sentient Sloths with the childhood model emote,
John,
thank you.
I shall avenge thee.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Cryptic has light cap, so the monks won't be super effective. That look like his berry is about to be finished. And some more vills than would fit in the TC, where Cryptic to try to jump there. But he might need armor before jumping properly. Up there are the monks. No light cav there. An insta conversion for Kalpit. Maybe I should make an extra Instagram account and post a clip every time a monk gets an insta conversion. It'll be the insta. Didn't realize Yo was in the game with the conversion luck. Cryptic just he's not devoted. Not devoted. Once again, I'm saying devotion should be a tech in the stable that applies only to stable units. Instead of a monastery tech. And you can make it kind of a bit more expensive than it is now. Since it'll be easier to click. So Knight goes down. And we'll have a forward TC from Cryptic. Wheelbarrow, bowsaw, eco upgrades pouring in now for Cryptic. Handcart now. Handcart finally for Kalpit. Kalpit actually ahead in vills, so I thought he was in a really rough spot. But Cryptic kind of took his foot off the gas with the triple stable Steppe Lancer production and decided to boom a bit. Clowns will complain. Now the clowns will rejoice because you won't need a stable. You can just go monks and you won't need devotion. And okay, that's a set where the monks charge. Okay, charging would be crazy. That's one thing you have to be careful of, letting the monks charge and then swap to a scout. Am I right about this being super close? I saw these players and I thought, you know, it could go either way. and it still could. Cryptic wants to fight the monks, but the monks hop in the TC, and this could be a doubt castle from Kalpit. This could be a disaster for him. Cryptic now finally getting some blood on those lances. As the monks can't help out, the light cav will camp under the TC, and Cryptic will pull away as he kills 9 vills there. And Kalpit, who had been pulling ahead in res collected now, falling back behind Cryptic in vills. And that gives a nice score lead for Cryptic, who has a 27-5 KD this game. What is the range of elo in this tournament? From the qualifiers, we had something like 900 to 2k6. But from the qualifiers, we had, I think it was top... How many was it? Was it 16 or 20? I think 16 made it to the main event, and this here is the Silver League. And this is the top bracket. The Silver League has many different elo brackets in it. Top 20? Top 20. Alright. Yeah, top 20 out of the 70 entries. So this is the top bracket in the Silver League. So the players in this bracket will be around this elo, the 1800, 1900-ish. The top league generally is... I think there were a couple of upsets where players snuck in. But generally it's like low to mid 2k up to Daniel. And then handcart and chain barding. And Cryptic going for a raid. The monks are far from the TC, but Cryptic doesn't try to rush them down. And this could... Ooh, okay, I think that might have been a mistaken micro from both players. Where had Kalpit charged and swapped to the light cav, he might have been able to convert them, but I guess the safer play just to run to the TC. Not relying on luck. Oh, here we go, Jaguar. Oh, Jaguar doesn't get a kill. But the light cav might finish the work of the Jaguar. No, they don't. They turn back. So, rat and archers now for Kalpit. And Land Madness becomes a very, very open late game map where Hussars can do a ton of raiding. But also it's a map that, yeah, players don't start with a ton of stone, but there are lots of neutral stones scattered about. So you can see castles pop up everywhere to try to inhibit the raids. Hello, Daniel. Quite playable if Kalpit goes to Fire Lancers. Yeah, someone was asking earlier, which Fire Lancer do you prefer? The Vietnamese ones with the extra HP, but they'll lack Blast Furnace, or the Jurchen ones that attack faster, and I guess then lack the final armor. I guess the Jurchen ones more powerful in their attack, the Vietnamese more armored and healthier, harder to kill. Koreans, no idea. I'll agree with the Korean discount being the strongest Fire Lancer bonus. But here we have extra stables now. So we'll have 6 stables and a couple of archery ranges for Cryptic. Strength of the Vietnamese always does also come down to Imperial Skirms. They'll have the best skirmisher. And the Rat and Archers will move forward and find some vills on the gold. And is this Kalpit getting a bit out of position? Where Cryptic with his cav can go pick off the Rat and Archers, and if he notices, might have been able to get light cav on the monks. But this is a great fight for Cryptic as Kalpit loses everything. And at the same time he's raiding with light cav. Well, wasn't properly keeping track of where Cryptic had his army, and was overzealous in marching his Rat and Archers forward. Now, he's trying to do light cav too, but I think it's safe to say the Jurchen light cav should be better than the Vietnamese ones. They do attack faster. And the Vietnamese light cav will, of course, miss the final attack upgrade. And also, no Hussar for the Vietnamese. Jurchens can go Hussars, they have the final attack. And they attack faster, so they can be pretty scary raiding late game once they get their farms established. And I guess you could play this. Try to get farms, you get to maybe 80 farms, 80 to 100, and you're spamming Hussars everywhere once they get all their upgrades. Landslumisty. So, Light Cav now, along with Rat and Archers, but it will be Fire Lancers now for Kalpit. Maybe a bit late to make the Fire Lancer transition, but you do lack some mobility on this map if you go for Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers should themselves be a counter to the Light Cav Hussar lines. Maybe not as much to the Steppe Lancers. I'm not sure which Lancer wins. Here we have the numbers for the Steppe Lancers, but Elite Steppe Lancer now for Cryptic, and he'll even dare take a fight under a castle. Oh, that was almost a quick wall. And the Light Cav will be raiding in the back as the Steppies keep pushing the Light Cav away. This Ville will die. Cryptic hasn't noticed the Light Cav in the back. I'll keep an eye on how many corpses will just turn into fertilizer on these farms, as now he notices. And finally garrisons against the Light Cav. But only fletching, so not the best defense. There's another Light Cav raiding over here by the gold mine. A few Vills going down here and there for Cryptic. But he's still up by 20 Vills. And able to pick off Light Cav where he can. It's a couple of Steppe Lancers there, doing armor now. And we'll be just missing the final attack upgrade for his Steppe Lancers. Scout kills a Vil. Light Cav kills another Vil. T90, yep, T90 playing. It'll be right after this game, we'll get to T90 set. Fish and Tofu in the chat will be his opponent. And here we go, Lancer versus Lancer, Steppe versus Fire. And looks like the Fire Lancers are winning that. Okay, so the Fire Lancers, they're Elite Fire Lancer, remember, they do have plus 15 versus Cav. But do they have the numbers here? And this is where Cryptic, well, he has the Jerchins. Maybe he could go Grenadiers along with the Lancers. As that's the risk of investing your gold into Steppe Lancer and having a gold unit as a melee unit that loses to your opponent's gold unit. Maybe a bit less risky were he to put the investment into Hussars and instead look for another way to counter the Fire Lancers. Funny how the Fire Lancers have more HP. That's true, the Fire Lancers actually have more HP. 102 HP. Compared to the 100 of the Steppe Lancer. So yeah, the Vietnamese Fire Lancers are very tanky. And Cryptic's lost a ton of Vills. He basically swapped positions with Kalpit up by around 15 to 20 Vills now. And Kalpit moving forward with the Light Cav. This is kind of what I was expecting to see from Cryptic. Try to be everywhere with your Hussars and your Light Cav. He's trying to make a swap for Cav Archers. Are Cav Archers better here than Grenadiers? I have no idea. So many civs and units in this game. I don't know how effective they are. But yeah, that's what I'm noticing here is Cav Archers instead of Grenadiers, where Cav Archers, yeah, they shoot faster, but the civ will lack Thumb Ring, so they won't get fully upgraded Cav Archers. They won't have the accuracy bonus of Thumb Ring. It's plus 25% faster shooting. Thumb Ring is 15% faster attack, so still better to have plus 25% attack, but then no Parthian also, but that won't matter as much against the Fire Lancers. Chemistry now for Cryptic, and he's trying to get his Cav Archer numbers up, and the Light Cav raids keep pouring in from Kalpit, trying to find Cryptic on these outlying TCs. And Kalpit keeping the pressure up with these raids, Cryptic continuing to queue Vills, and getting his population back up, as the Light Cav keeps storming their way forward. And a Trebuchet for Cryptic now, ready to try pushing these castles. Now there are tons and tons of golds and stones scattered about, but it's hard to stay walled on this map, with all that rock terrain surrounding the forests. Now there is a castle from Cryptic. And, bombard he's researching Chatras. He's researching Chatras. And that is battle elephants plus 100 HP. Now, okay, they won't have the same mobility as the light cav, but if you can afford them, then by all means, they'll be strong. So a Treb goes down for Cryptic, unable to destroy a castle. Well, I guess if you can't wall out elephants, you can make a huge push. These are not heavy cav archers. So if we suddenly get, like, 30 elephants hidden marching forward out of the shadows, that would be crazy. There is Elite Battle Elephant. Kalpit's going Elite Battle Elephant. Okay, he's getting something working here. Okay. So 44 Vils on gold, 70 farmers. Feels like an eco that's just about where you want it to sustain Battle Elephant production. He'll even have another gold in the back. Ooh, he didn't scout that gold. But would love for him to move a few Vils onto that gold. And maybe just get up a couple, I'd say a couple more farms. I guess 73 with 45 on gold is about as good as you can get. He doesn't have much wood. So Cryptic going for another defensive castle. And he's going for an offensive castle over here. He's going to take Kalpit off of one of the golds. And actually, if he's going elephants, I think it actually is super important that Kalpit scouts that gold now. Because elephants are going to be expensive. There is Elite Battle Elephant. Cryptic will see them while there's still only 6 on the field. Not 30. And he gets a castle up. But these look like they're fully upgraded. 420 HP, 7 Pierce Armor. They have all the blacksmith upgrades. And they are on no attack stance, dying to light cav. This is not the epic combat you want to see from elephants. Oh, there we go. He's noticed. He's pulling them back. On the other side, more light cav raids, attacking a farm maybe. Cryptic trying to chase them down with his own light cav. Is it just a halb I saw? Kalpit pushing forward. At some point, if you get enough elephants, I think you can push castles with them, but you need enough. At the same time, he's able to push into the cav archers here. Has to be careful with his cannon. Still, the cav archers are not heavy. And the elephants make their way forward. That castle under pressure. The elephants attacking the cav archers. Castle about to go down. And the castle will fall. The castle will fall. Halb's now pushing. So a bit of momentum now, maybe going Kalpit's way. He's getting raided on his wood line, though. Has to make sure he keeps his Vil count up as he tries to run away. His castles were kind of spread out, and now he's finished with his gold. And now Kalpit might be struggling for gold. He's doing paper money and siege engineers. And he has so many golds in the back quarters that he simply hasn't scouted. And Cryptic now going for his unique unit, the Iron Pagoda. They're not unique. Another Treb push from Kalpit. Here there aren't many Iron Pagodas, it's just cav archers. They can't take out Trebs all that well. And great job repairing from Kalpit. That Treb stayed alive for a while. He still has 2 besieging the castle. That castle will go down. Cryptic doesn't have enough Vils repairing it. Needs another 6 Vils against 2 Trebs, especially with Siege Engineers even more. That goes down. So Cryptic's losing castles, but it feels like he's now shifting the momentum back into his favor as Kalpit now struggling for population. Remember when it was 70 on food and 40 on gold? Well, now it's only 50 on food. As Kalpit now losing his Trebs. And Cryptic may have just done it. Right now, Kalpit still hasn't seen those golds. And Phineas, thank you for the follow. Why does the eco seem so bad with 140 Vils? Let's see, some farms are idled. I think it's just because there have been light cav raids throughout his eco the whole time. You know, all of his Vils are clumped up. They've been garrisoned and running back and forth to try to avoid the light cav. And another elephant pushing forward. And Kalpit being raided again by more Iron Pagodas. elephants now massacring some cav archers. If Cryptic looks away for one moment and doesn't micro the cav archers, elephants kill them. And Halbs will be killing some Iron Pagodas here. So Kalpit now still at 130 pop, but maybe stabilizing a bit. Cryptic up to 150 vils. And Kalpit really needs to find that gold. You're a chunky sieve. Really needs to find that gold. He's another gold that has been untouched right in the middle of the map. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gold piles potentially that Kalpit still could access. All of which have been untouched. But right now he has 7 vils on gold. I don't even know where they are. But he's relying mostly on paper money at the moment. The trip destroys the workshop. Castle Vision might show the gold. No, it won't. Oh, but when Bracer comes in, then, yes, with Bracer, the Castle Vision shows the gold. Now Kalpit just needs to realize it's in his line of sight. The clutch Bracer to scout the gold. That's a lot of Halbs now, though. With the investment into elephants, he doesn't really have a way to fight the Halbs. Yeah, Bracer OP. And chainmail armor for Cryptic. And two-man saw. Well, that'll be a gold upgrade because he has paper money. And there's a mining camp in the middle. Still, I don't think he realized that gold is there. I'll pick off a Treb. And has to be careful not to lose this castle, as right now this castle is defending his gold. Cav pick a Treb. Hal picks another Treb with the light cav. 2 Trebs down for Cryptic. That'll slow his push. And repairs on the castle just in time. A couple of Fire Lancers popping out. Maybe it'll be Fire Lancer again for Kalpit. Okay, well I felt like Cryptic had a huge advantage when Kalpit fell down to 130 pop, but Kalpit's recovering now. And he's found gold. He's found maybe the most dangerous of all the golds, but Cryptic finding gold too. He also has golds on the corners he needs to scout, so let that be a lesson to everyone. Make sure you scout the corners on Land Madness. You can find golds and stones everywhere. Cryptic even closer to finding these resources than Kalpit is. Oh, look at that ballistics on the castle. Hitting the light cav. Kalpit's pushing back now with the Fire Lancers. And right now, Cryptic doesn't have a unit to fight Fire Lancers. He's got Halbs and light cav. Doesn't even have Hussars as the Jurchens, but he could afford... Look at that gold and food being floated by Cryptic. You could just make Grenadiers here and massacre the Fire Lancers, right? Maybe even the elephants. Is Kalpit able to come back now? And now Cryptic down to 167 population. He just spent a ton of food. No, wait, he bought wood? Kalpit's selling food. Yeah, Kalpit has been selling thousands of food. That's 4 Trebs from Kalpit pushing Cryptic's castle. And if he pushes the castle, he'll see that there's gold there. And yes, he noticed the gold in the back of his base. He noticed there's gold there. He's mining the gold. Yeah, gold is back on the menu for Kalpit. And he's pushing with the elephants, taking the castle. Okay, here we go. Fire Lancer versus Fire Lancer. This is the fight we wanted to see. 14 versus 14. Which Fire Lancer is better? And looks like it is a slight lead for the Jurchen Fire Lancers. Alright, so we learned our lesson there. It might be the Jurchen Fire Lancers better than the Vietnamese ones. As now both players just going Fire Lancer. I think they have all their upgrades. Okay, I gotta keep trying to snooze the ads on Twitch. It wants to play an ad. No, not during the game, Twitch. We're an hour in. So Bombard Cannon attacking the archery range. Elephants pushing on the side. Some light cav going down to the elephants. And this castle here will crumble as the Fire Lancers push forward. And they'll try to hit some vills, get some kills. And long swordsman for Kalpit, as the scores are now flipping back and forth like crazy. Both players have essentially half of the map. Let's check Cryptic scouting. Again, he hasn't found the gold or the stone in either of the corners. He has a ton of resources left. And they're all fighting over this one gold mine in the southwest that neither of them actually needs right now. And both players dropping in population. We got 120 versus 142. Players on 145 population with 30 vills in the queue. That is a crazy battle that they've just had lost units. But Cryptic, he's out of res for queuing resources. Remember when he was floating like 5 minutes ago? 3k food, 2k gold? He doesn't have anything left for his queue. He's back on top in score. But that might flip once Kalpit's production kicks in. And it should kick in soon. He's at 150. He's still got like 20 units. Some of them are vills in his queue. It'll be an army worthy of the playoffs. And can Kalpit hang on to do this? Cryptic, I think, still didn't upgrade to Hussar. So his light cav line doesn't have all the upgrades. He doesn't have fortified bastions. That's actually really cheap, and that's huge for keeping your castles. I mean, it's basically free stone for your castles. Doesn't have thunderclap bombs. Maybe would thunderclap bomb grenadiers have been better than cav archers for Cryptic? I have no idea. And some outposts. Do outposts benefit from fortified bastions? Do they count as fortifications? Alright, Trev's going for the castle. Now remember, once this epic game is finished, we're gonna jump right into T90 versus Fish and Tofu. And the pop is falling for Cryptic. He doesn't have the res to replace it. He's out of gold. He's finally scouted one of those golds. Oh wait, no. No, actually he hasn't. That was Kalpit's point of view. Cryptic still hasn't scouted his gold. I think Kalpit's gonna do this, chat. We're getting murder holes, crop rotation. And the castle goes down for Cryptic. Kalpit keeps pushing forward. 2k wood, but that's it. He doesn't have food because his farms keep getting raided by light cav. He's down to 100 vills, 116 population. Desperation archery ranges in the back of his base. He's auto-farming. He's found one of the golds, but immediately his vills are being killed by light calves and tigers. And is it over, or does Cryptic have it in him to reboom and flip the score again? I mean, remember, we did have a situation. It was around 190 to 120 pop earlier, but maybe this is unrecoverable. Chat's starting to get GGs. Those premature GGs that Mem tells me he's never gonna call GG again. But the elephants, Kalpit can afford the elephants because he's taking gold. He still hasn't scouted some of the extra golds, but he has at least found that he's gonna mill the deer, hunt the deer. And with light cav pillaging his villagers, Cryptic is falling down to about 100 pop. And this set might be nearing its conclusion. Best GG is at 5 minutes, long enough to avoid a timeout. Treb's going for the castle. And, well, this was an insane game, but now, what does Cryptic do against the elephants? He can try to do halbs. But he'll be losing the rest of his base. And down to 88 vills, won't have production. Is there a game time limit? Nope, no time limit. This is good old Age of Empires. Go until you call GG, or you're defeated. Or you decide you want to restart. one of those. You gotta pack your burgers for the long sets. And TC goes down from the Treb shots. Chubbs will go for the next barracks. This game went on for 4 days. And there's a GG. A QP, even better than a WP, a mistyped QP. And Kalpit does it. He will win the set 2-1. So after what looked like a very good game 1 from Cryptic, Kalpit came prepared for evacuation, and I don't know what unit composition to go for in this matchup, but the elephants seemed to be the key for Kalpit later on. And once he found those extra goals and could keep his production up, he was able to come back and kind of consistently hit a point where he had more military than Cryptic did. And the eco, he was also ahead in eco too. That's maybe something I should have paid more attention to. Total resources collected. When you're up by 2,000, even if you're not taking the best fights, that can help make up for it. So dang, nice job. Well done for Cryptic and for Kalpit. Kalpit will win that final game. And let me check that off, get an ad out of the way, and then we'll head over to T90 set. And thank you very much, Castor What, for the follow. So what were those civs then? That's Vietnamese over the Jurchens. Alright. So let me see what I gotta do. Update titles somewhere. T90 versus Fish and Tofu. And let me check. Or have they started? Do we have drafts? I think we do. Yep, okay. We are 7 minutes into a game of Socotra. So I'll just slow this down and start from the beginning. Fish and Tofu. Oh. Picked Cyan. And it'll be Lithuanians against Maya. I'll put T90 in red. Alright, so we'll speed up to catch up, but not completely. So the map 1 will be Socotra. Haircut looking fresh. Thank you. I feel like I got it maybe a bit too short, but we'll grow it back in like a week. I feel like my hair grows rather fast. So Socotra, Lithuanians against the Maya, and they were about 7 minutes in. We just had an epic set before this. And that was crazy. Cyan Fire Lancers always win. So, all over for Cryptic in that last set, unfortunately. But we got a new set on our hands now. And, well, the Maya, the American, I can call them, I guess, Mesoamerican civs now, the Aztecs and the Maya, have always been interesting picks on this map for the Eagle Warriors. A castle and plumes at some point can also be devastating, but then Lithuanians have good skirms. Which civ has the better skirms here? The Hultra Javelineers are the faster moving Lithuanian ones. So a bit of laming from Fish and Tofu. So Socotra, a map where anything can happen. Eagle picking off the Vil. The Lion getting involved. The Lion on T90's side. Saying, woo woo woo, I'm gonna kill that Vil. And T90 also has a forward Vil doing some laming on the ostriches. Oh, the names are off. The names are off? Wait, what? I misspelled something. I put the civs on the wrong side. Hold on, that's what's happening. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. That's what happens when we jump into a game 7 minutes in. So, Vil fight here, forward Vils from Fish and Tofu. And he's trying to wall his Vil in to keep it alive. He's sending more Vils forward. Gonna try to keep the weak Vils going back. And we'll keep T90 away from his hunt at least. So, 8 minutes in, we're still in the Dark Age. T90 up by 2 Vils. He will wall himself in, but wall himself into a corner where he has no golds and no stones. So, yay, Vil fight. Well, is Tofu gonna dive through here? That's a risk. And T90 back out to the mill. Yo, T90 housed for a bit. He's housed, and that'll cost him maybe a Vil there. He has about 1 Vil's worth of idle time. And oh, trying to wall the barracks in. Yeah, the gate under the TC isn't going to do much. But Tofu, I mean, if Tofu can kind of wall himself now, you see him having maybe a better base? All of the res for both players are ridiculously far forward. Fish is now staying in the Dark Age. T90 is up, adding in a militia. A couple of eagles there. He does have his berries, and he will be going forward to a gold. So the Vil fights look like they've stopped. Let's see if we can catch up then. Tofu will be, why not just wall there? As T90 goes now forward with his militia, trying to break in. And he gets an archery range up behind this. Tofu will be up. Hello, Turs. And he's doing a market. Wait, he's opening with a market? There's no way he fast castles behind this, right? Or is he just going to try to buy a tower? I think that has to be to buy a tower. Or a second tower. He's not afraid of the T90. And fletching for T90 as the men-at-arms try to attack the market. So, wait, is there arson in? There is arson. So T90 might actually destroy the market. Tofu has to repair. With fletching, can the archers shoot that Vil? Yes, they can. So the market might go down. Tofu is actually really close to going up to the castle age, and I think he'll do it even if the market does go down. And he's up now. Okay, so Tofu does manage to go up to castle. T90 sending more Vils forward. He wants a tower, but he sees the tower's already there. So he's just going to try to force a tower fight. But once Tofu's up to the castle age, his tower will get more HP, so we should be able to win that fight. Vil's still repairing the market. Now, T90's going to hope that since he's feudal, if he can get Tofu to put Vils in the tower and do a tower fight, maybe T90 puts archers inside and is less idled and has more Vils working. Fish and Tofu operating at half power since it's landlocked. There are no fish there. Where is Fish? Fish is up to the castle age. That's where he is. That's where he is. He's up to the castle age. You gotta put faith in him. He's 1920 against T90, who's 2344. So T90 definitely the favorite here, but I think that puts all the pressure on him. Yeah, T90 is the player who has to perform here. Hope he doesn't get discouraged from the score. Yeah, the score drops just because he's up to the castle age. Once he gets castle, he'll get more score. He's doing a barracks. What's he gonna do from the barracks? Well, I guess he needs that to unlock other military buildings. I mean, then maybe you just open with a workshop and scorpions then. Score is scouting, score is water. Score is scouting the water, which neither player has done. As you can see, they might think they're playing the land map if they don't know what Socotra is. And there is a workshop now for Tofu. Wait, have we caught up to real time now? Okay, yeah, we have. So, Castle Age for T90. And workshop will have to be mangonels then to clear the forward tower. I think the workshop probably should have been a couple tiles forward. And I don't know, I guess that would have been underneath. But the tricky thing is just going to be microing the mangonel now to destroy the tower without having it being vulnerable out in front. I guess you could try to hit the tower from this side, but then the men-at-arms could come over. And there is the second market. As a scorpion now will keep this army away. Yeah, T90 I think has been 2k5 something. Not sure if he's hit 2k6 yet. But I think he's been close to it.
Shot it.
And a ram! Ooh. Ram. That's risky with all the men-at-arms that are out, but if you think the archers aren't going to be there, double workshop. And it's going to be double workshop siege then. Okay, Eagle goes down on the lumber camp. Maybe a bit more walling could be done from Tofu now. Okay, and if men-at-arms try to jump the ram, here comes some repair-vills. Tower going down. Tower can't hit the vill behind the ram. Some repairs on the scorpions. They need to kill the men-at-arms. Oh, the T90. Maybe does he go for the scorpions? Does he go for the ram? Archers out. They can kill the repair-vill, but one tower is down, and that makes it much easier for Fish and Tofu to mine the gold. And the ram will go for the house, but the scorpions are down. The ram is down. And the Ugalos are free to hoover a bit now. Another ram, though, from the second workshop. No more vills on gold for Tofu. T90 maybe could use a tower out here, but he's actually pretty heavily on stone now, and he might be going for one of those Maya castles for the plumed archers soon. You gotten over 2k6, would have heard it. His eyes is 25-47, okay. So it's not like it even rounds up to 2k6, though. So fair to call him 2k5. Eagles kill some scorpions. And Tofu calls the GG there, as T90 is pushing in with the Eagle Warriors. So that'll be a win for T90 in Game 1 on Socotra. And the Castle Age for Tofu, just not enough for him. He went for a huge extended vill fight and some laming early on. Tried to fast castle. T90 went for the men-at-arms, could break in through the Dark Age palisades. And held on there for the win, 12-6. This is a play all three, so we get 3 games. There is around a little over 2k, or just about a 2k eco lead for T90. Starting early on in the Dark Age, so the vill fight seems like it didn't do the damage that Fish and Tofu needed it to. The Maya, since they'll do loom right away, pretty good at avoiding the damage from an early vill fight. Right, and let's see, this is not their map draft. Let me get their map draft set up. Did my overlay not save? What is T90? There we go, now he has a point. Okay, the next map will be Voyagers. Let me grab their drafts real quick and update the drafts from the previous set. And there we go. So Socotra was won by T90. Yep, it's play all 3. Extra maps. And the Maya were his first pick civ. The Lithuanians Tofu's last pick civ. So in terms of civ drafting, that was the biggest advantage T90 should have. And Voyagers will be next. Poles for T90 and Chimera for Fish and Tofu. And K Square, former lawyer, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Look out! A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
Alright, here we go on Voyagers. Alright, so T90 will be the red poles to the southwest and Fish and Tofu, the cyan chimera to the northeast. Thank you, Penguin is James, for the
that
sub.
boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
And the quotation from Attila 1 appropriate because this map has Gaia horses that you can pick up and scout with. What are these walls? These are fort walls. You think stone walls are strong? These are even stronger. This map is Voyagers, made by Rapture and Marintho. It is based on northern Minnesota, and it is a lovely autumn season where clearly the wood is of very high quality based on the fort that they've built here. I still need to make that video about how T90 lured a boar in without using a Vil and then didn't shoot it. Oh, Archfrost. So, Fish and Tofu. Well, he can fish this game. There are some fish out there. So maybe that'll be beneficial for him. I don't know what to think of this Civ matchup on a closed map. If this is a closed map. So the fortified outpost out here is guarding foxes and a boar. So the Vil can lure in the boar. Wait, is the Vil... Okay, it's chasing the Vil. It's chasing the Vil. And there are scouts from T90 here in the form of horses that are ready maybe to block the Vil. But he's not going to try to stop this. He has to stop it, right? Like, oh, house trick, but oh, misplaced house. And that boar with the hill advantage. Oh, Tofu called the GG. All right, Tofu not going to fight here. Is T90's a laborer then? All right. That was a quick one. Disaster. Disaster in Fishville. As he doesn't get the boar. And you know what I think also happened? Where are the sheep? Wait, let's I think we gotta watch that one again just to see the quality of the disaster. I think Tofu was actually out of food under the TC. And call you'd say lagry. So let's just watch what happened to the sheep. I think the sheep might have gone to scout and then gotten lamed. So yeah, he's scouting with 4 sheep outside of the walls. And here comes T90 with a horse. The scout goes for the boars instead of picking up the Gaia horses. And that's going to be, let's see, 1 sheep comes back. The other sheeps are over here. And so 2 boars inside your own base. The Vil out here going for a boar. And I think that Fish and Tofu is going to make the mistake of maybe not seeing this boar behind the huge fort walls. And he gets that boar. And then this Vil's just going to die? Yeah, so all the sheep are outside. And what happened to the sheep? Yeah, they're just out here on the stone island. Alright. I was thinking T90 might have done some more laming of the sheep, but not really. Oh, he deleted the Vil instead of the house. Oh, that explains it. That explains it then. So he deleted the Vil. I was going to say that Vil still had a lot of HP. No, he deleted her instead of deleting the house. I know I've done that before. But deleted the Vil instead of deleting the house. And under the TC, well, that certainly was not GG. Because, I mean, he just lures that boar in and he's fine. But you do it very often. That actually explains it. Yeah, that explains it. I think you want to get it after eating the other 2 boars. There's also the strat where you send Vils to rush down the outpost, because that's something you can do too. But yeah, T90 then, definitely with the smoother Dark Age, he was taking his boars. He did not try to risk a fight on this one. And alright, well, he's very quickly up 2-0. That was a fast game. I even need to kill the outpost. Okay, click leave game. I think the delete makes a bit more sense, along with the GG. And game 3 will be on Mesa Verde. Armenians versus Goths. Okay, this could be crazy. Armenians versus Goths. So Tofu tried to pick up a game here. Didn't work out on Voyagers. Yeah, but of course you never want to GG that early, right? Yeah, as development says, you never know what's happening to your opponent. They might have lost the Vil to a Boar 2. And he will have Mesa Verde, a wonderful map by Zetnus. And we will have the inside of this pit. You're surrounded by rocks, can't get to the outside. And you have a TC with some fortified palisade walls, offering you pretty much no defense because all of your golds are outside and your stones even farther. You have berries and 3 golds on this bit of elevation and some stones farther down. A lovely map from the map scripting contest. We had this, Voyagers, and South Dakota Badlands. And ooh, messed up Borlore from T90, right? So you never know when your opponent's going to do something like this. Mess up the Borlore. That elevation is invisible. Well, there is a bit of terrain masking right where the edge of the hill is. I think that helps you know where it is. It's just a bit of different terrain there. On this side, it's much easier to see where the shadows are. Shadows tend to be on the western side in AoE2, so the sun's got to be in the east somewhere. As long as the art is consistent. I think occasionally you might see art assets that are not consistent. But for the most part, that's how it works. T90 walling early. Well, he's against the Goths. He's afraid of an early drush. He's the Armenians, and he's putting up a barracks. There's no drush yet. No drush from Fish and Tofu. He probably just wants to go feudal. And then get some militia. Maybe he'll try to do some more laming with the forward Vil. He's intimidated. So forward Vil, and that scout takes some hits from Fish. If that's... T90 sees the Vil, he knows something fishy's going on. And, oh, nice hit on the scout. Yeah, 300 wood. Want to drush and forget the barracks. He wanted to do something with the forward Vil, maybe. But not gonna happen, and he'll probably lose the Vil, but he could kill the scout. Honestly, I'd be happy to kill the scout and even that out, at least. He is up by a Vil anyway. Did T90? Well, yeah, well, that's gonna be the free loom for the Goths. So the Goths wanted to do something with the free loom, and he managed to save the Vil. He saved the Vil, quick-walled the Vil. So all things okay here. Traded scouts. Has one extra Vil, and she can just have a nice little picnic by herself behind the palisades until the militia leaves. And he's distracting the drush. Fair enough, he is distracting the drush. And T90 goes forward. I remember many years ago, I played a game against T90 on Voobly, and he was explaining to the chat how he saw a relic and with his men-at-arms and realized that I was not in that part of the map and had to go to the other side with the men-at-arms, and turns out that he was completely wrong, and I actually was just right past the relic. It just happened to spawn close to me. And then I won the game because he did no damage with the men-at-arms and was just wandering around searching for me. And maybe something similar will happen here, where he tried to loop back around and didn't quite see the deer Vil right at the start, and now he's there with only 2 militia. Those Vils have loom, and the militia from T90 so far... Chasing 1 Vil here, 1 militia spent there, he has 4 of them, and he's not really done any damage with them. These are scouting militia. He's still a bit far from the next stage, and we'll have feudal from Fish and Tofu. Because right now, T90 doesn't have much hunt. The Vil, ooh, she managed to escape, get closer to home, and the militia maybe got 1 more hit. And now the militia going to find a vill on the mill, yes, but they are trapped in. The militia are trapped. Oh, a masterpiece here from Fish and Tofu traps T90's militias. He needs to get more HP on that. The Goth militias will break out. But, okay, we'll close enough to a masterpiece. Close enough. Well, the militias will get out. But it'll be futile. It'll be futile. Fish and Tofu, what does he need? He needs wood. He has a barracks. Now 4 militias are here. There's a range. The range goes up. This area will it be walled? Will it be walled in time? Will the militia get in? 1 tile of wall, not up. Oh, Fish and Tofu almost got it, and he'll call the GG again when the militia are in. Ooh, I don't know if that was even a GG. I mean, T90's not up yet. Get the range and get a couple of archers out. 7 vills behind. Well, 7 vills behind, that's just the feudal age difference. Feudal is between 5 and 6 vills, so it's really not a vill deficit. That's just T90 still being in the Dark Age. He hasn't even clicked up yet. Fastest set you've seen. Well, it was a fast one. Tofu. It gave us a good first game at least, but clearly was a bit rattled after in the second and third ones. Why are the walls red along the bottom there? What? Why are Blue's walls red along the bottom? The UI fakes the number of villagers? No, I mean that we have... since Tofu went up to the feudal age, when T90 clicks up to the feudal age, he will then stay at 27 vills for around 5 or 6 vill construction time at the TC. So then by the time he gets up, the vill difference will be basically washed out because Tofu will have created 6 vills in that time. The graphics have a reddish tint down here. Look red at base of Blue's walls. I think that's just the wood. It's just a different style of wood. That's just like some dirt down there, up higher. I think that's just brown. I think that's just brown. Anyway, T90, as expected. He will win 3-0, but at least Fish gave us a pretty interesting game as a Kotra. So maybe we should check out the stats there. Wait, let me look at the stats before I tab out. So that'll be military 3-1 on the Vil KD. And more res collected, but just slightly. And Fish and Tofu up to feudal. Almost had a masterpiece trap of those militias. GG. But GG's, thanks to Fish and Tofu and T90 for playing, and let's see, that's a couple of losses. Didn't have time to update the overlay when I was tabbing around. And that was Goths and Khmer against Poles and Armenians. Goths or Armenians would have a sick swordsman spam sometimes on that map. Alright, do we have any other sets right now? It's hard for me to keep track of the Silver League sets because they're not on the dashboard. Let's see. USA. Yep. Confirmed times. What is today? Today is Monday. If I search for Monday. Development versus Emu. In just over an hour. Are Development and Emu both here? And would you... Are you still planning on starting at 8 p.m.? Are you in the chat? Need to warm up your hands? Alright. Yeah, Dev versus Emu. So we'll cast Development versus Emu in a bit. You can play sooner though? Yeah, I don't want to rush you guys, but if you're around and can start that, that'd be sick to have one more set to cast. Yeah, that was just added to the schedule. You're here and currently equipped with a blankie, if that helps. Alright. So let me just update this then. We'll have Emu Warrior versus Development. The lucky blankie. I'll just update the title. I can add that to YouTube too. A performance enhancing blankie. Another set sent from your sofa. Alright, yeah, so we have about, what, 40 to 45 minutes to kill before they're scheduled to play. If they can play early, that'd be great. Otherwise, no pressure to them to play early. Let Development warm his hands up. We can find something to cast in the meantime. Let's see. There's some Rage Forest. There's some Arabia. We could just cast one game, maybe, of, maybe Lobo MBL. And Arabia. While we wait. This will be what? Malians against the Tupi. Alright, yeah. We'll have Lobo versus MBL. Why is MBL not updated right on my overlay? Wait a second. Is it? Oh, he is there. He is there. Never mind. Dev warming up with Bamboo Nothing, Scorpion DE team game. That's how to warm up. So, we got one game, then we'll get into the next set. We'll have MBL as the red Malians to the southwest. Lobo as the blue Tupi to the northeast. And look at these wood lines. Wait, MBL has like one wood line stretched thin, two forward, and then chickens, and this wood line is super far away. And Lobo, his three wood lines are here, but then the map like spawned all the extra wood right next to him. He's got a pond he can dock if he wants. He's got a bunch of cliffs up there. He has a second group of chickens. But he's the Tupi. What did the Tupi do? Is this map, do you need gold as the Tupi? Can he just wall this, take the stone? Like, you can do a settlement here, like here, and have chicken, stone, and wood all on one settlement. He's going for a barracks. Oh, that's an early drush. Skipping the mill. That is a far, or not really an early drush, but so much as a very far position to place the barracks that early. And the champy is forward. So it'll be a champy drush then, as Loom comes in now for Lobo, afraid of losing the Vills. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the initial settlement could have been here, and then you're in the perfect position to fast castle. Other than maybe your gold is just too far forward. So it looks like Lobo's plan then is he's gonna try to full wall, and maybe do an old school Drush FC. Not something you really see these days. Usually if it's FC, it's just the naked Phosphoro FC builds. Is this live? Yep, this is live. We're just casting a game to kill time until the next set. So some walls going up for Lobo. We'll have Loom for MBL. And okay, there's a settlement right on the stone. So the Tupi, they can garrison their villas and settlements, so kind of like Khmer houses. Start with 25 extra of each resource, and fallen units return their cost. So perhaps a civ where you can be very aggressive with the champies in your drush, knowing that you'll get a bit of resources back if you lose them. Would there ever be a situation then, let's say, maybe you're playing Michi, where you delete your scout just to get a bit of resources back? Let's say maybe you're trying to click up to the next stage and you're just short on resources, so you delete the starting scout, and then click up. Or maybe you have your feudal army forward, and you're missing the res to click up, you're denied from your gold, so you delete your champions and delete your archers, and then you go up. I think you get res back on starting units. I don't see why you wouldn't. Delete everything on Empire Wars? The champions there, they're not fighting the vills. They're not walled out. I guess the vills, does the TC defend that? And the vills are very close to the TC, so it's hard to pressure them there. There's men-at-arms for MBL. His scout is in, but his militia are not. And his Lobo is still in the Dark Age. And with how weak the Palisades are, this is why we don't see the longer Dark Age FCs. His men-at-arms break in so quickly. But 2 vills will be able to repair that, but they're basically idled there repairing this whole time. There's yet another settlement on the gold. And now they go for the house. House with -2 melee armor should be a bit better to push, especially with the higher repair cost than a palisade. Scout just trying to be annoying from MBL. Lobo not falling for it, though. Archfrost just tested it for us. Beautiful. And, oh, the champions are coming back. The champions are just like, okay, we can't do any damage to this completely unwalled base. Let's just come back. Alright, there they are. Help deal with the scout. MBL know he's not under any pressure anymore. It'll free up 1 vill to stop repairing. Don't see... Okay, there's 1 low HP vill there, but so close to a settlement that he could just garrison. And no simple vill pickoffs here. The only weak farmer is as close to the TC as he can get. Who needs walls? Lobo does. He's going to make an archery range. And he's not close to going up to the castle age yet. Hasn't really gotten the gold he needs. Maybe we could do a market and try to click up with the market, but MBL now forward with his archers, pressuring the walls. And Lobo is not going to finish the range, he's just going to go and repair. And there's the range going up as the champions kill or get some HP off of the scout. And those repair vills have to be so careful now as we got to see a skirm, I think, from Lobo to keep the archers back. And that'll be a dead vill there. The archer doing enough damage. Scout maybe being trapped soon. There's the skirm, there's the blacksmith. Scout hits a vill, but Lobo will call the GG. Alright, maybe we gotta cast another game then. As that wall's about to go down. Well, that looked like such a tempting fast castle map aside from the forward gold, and maybe he was too tempted by the fast castle. So 3-0 for MBL. Lobo unable to pull off the fast castle he wanted. And we'll just call it the GG right away. That was a fast one. Now that one, I think, definitely makes sense for the resign. Alright, so let's see. What else is going on? We got MBL Lobo again. Let's cast Survivalist No Zombie. Cast Survivalist No Zombie. They're on Nomad. And they're classic Civs, Britain's Aztecs. Alright, and once again, USA Cup will resume in about 30 minutes. We'll have Survivalists as the Blue Britons to the west, and No Zombie, No Zombie, storming in as the Red Aztecs to the east. And Nomad, Landlock Nomad on the ladder. How do y'all feel about the Landlock on Nomad? I feel like it needs to be a bit larger to be a true landlock, though. This one's kind of a debate landlock. Like, you think it's open, and then, oh no, it's a very thin landlock. Did T90's match already finish? Yes, T90's match already finished. So we're waiting for the next one in about 30 minutes. Great fish. Are there whales on Nomad now? I don't think so. Capture Age doesn't show them, so I have to look around and look for whales. I'm just seeing great fish marlins, so no whales, it looks like. And at this point, I suppose both players want a fast castle, but no whales means no resources on water. So golds and stones over here. There is a house from Survivalist. As he's bringing in a boar. So this very desert version of Nomad. There are a couple of, let's see, dead trees mixed in among the palm forest to add a bit of flavor to it. Next series in 30 minutes. Yep, that is Development versus Emu coming up. So they were both around. They might start slightly early if we're able to cast them, but I think we'll keep it well timed. So here we have No Zombie. He's gonna scout the landlock. He'll scout the landlock and bring in a boar. You'd rather watch Survival versus No Zombie than Emu? Eating a quick snack. Ooh, Emu, what are you eating for a snack? Survivalists in the USA tournament? Nope, this is just a ranked game. This is just a ranked game. So blueberries. He's eating blueberries. Okay. I had a blueberry muffin this morning.
Okay.
Yay?
There's feudal age for survivalist. I would occasionally buy these blueberry muffins from the supermarket, from their bakery, but it seems like they had changed the way they cooked them. And they started, like, undercooking them, and they weren't as good, so I stopped buying them for a while. But then now they have these, like, crumb-topped blueberry ones that I've had occasionally that are pretty decent. Yeah, blueberries? I'm sad you didn't spell it that way the first time, Emu. So that is a big house wall here for No Zombie. And market for Survivalist. Undoubtedly a FC for both. Survivalist going for the maximum efficiency with 4 villagers on this 6-tile gold mine. You put more than 4, you'd probably rather have it over here. You can go like 2, 2, and 2. But if they're going to be adjacent to it, this is just fine. And then as more golds are taken, The vills can still be efficient. Devs forgot to balance the fish boom. Let's see, 7 fishing ships to 17. And that would be good were the fishing ships on deep fish and not shore fish. So that is a lot of fishing for no zombie. And he'll also be up to the feudal age, but so much slower that survivalist is up to the castle age. So survivalist probably aware of the fish boom and the extent of it. I know survivalist not really one to play water maps all that much. And Jeep, hello Jeep. How you doing, Jeep? Welcome, welcome on this fine evening. So, forward outpost from Null Zombie. And we'll have a mill here forward.
But nay.
Enough fishing ships to be a, a Viper game. Oh, he forgot the mill. He forgot the mill. He was fishing so hard, he forgot the mill. He will do some loom, and then add the market. Remember, you need the mill to unlock the market. And you also need the blacksmith to unlock the workshop. One of those things you kind of forget sometimes. I just got home to relax with your handsome, beautiful voice in my ears. Well, hope you had a good day, Jeep. Also, lots of chickens under the TC. Are these the... Oh, these are the herdable chickens. I hate those. These things have, like, one line of sight. And scouting with them is the worst. You have, like, 20 of them, and you gotta click all of them all over the place. Yeah, T90 did win his set earlier. There is Castle Age for no zombie. And medium warships, town watch, and a gold mining all for survivalist. Who has a Hulk on the outside and a few fires chasing the Hulk. Fishing is balanced around forgetting fishing is balanced around forgetting your mill, maybe. But yeah, you can see the eco unit difference reflected in the fact no zombie continued adding fishing ships. But survivalists will go for that cheap Britain's TC. Medium warships now, with some fires heading forward. Hulk's ready to counter the fires. And no zombie will be prepared for this. Remember, you can garrison in the docks right now, but fire ships are the type of ship that is most well-suited for destroying docks, both in withstanding the fishing ship arrows and in destroying it quickly. My fishing ship's going down. And there's no zombie up to the castle age. Medium warships in the forward dock. How quickly do fires destroy docks? Does medium warships actually finish in time? This could actually be kind of close. Okay, 400 HP left, and it does finish. But now no zombie should win the water here hard against the fires. That Vil did not repair the dock, so that is the downside where no zombie right-clicked the dock once, and the Vil dropped off the fish that she was carrying and didn't actually repair the dock. So he lost the dock. Maybe there should be some type of, I don't know, like, I guess you just use the repair hotkey. But that does always feel awkward. Because you need to kind of have that drop off without repair situation, too. And now we're seeing how the mining camp becomes a bit inefficient for survivalists as the Vils have to walk around the outside. He is on stone, so this might be Britain longbows. He's researching demolition ship. I mean, a demo on those Hulks would be sick. Oh no, it wouldn't. Demos suck now. Oh man, that. I'm just gonna look away. I'm just gonna look away from that. Oh, it's so sad. There's so many weak Hulks there, and the demo did nothing. Oh man, that's sad. Anyway, extra TC for no zombie. In terms of actual land villagers, survivalist is up by 2. and also by wheelbarrow, so 2 vills and wheelbarrow. Town Watch now coming in for Nelsambi. As he starts picking up some relics, those Aztecs will love to hoover on up those relics and get all the extra gold they'll get from them. So ships are going down. Hulk being repaired, but will go down. Gill nets for survivalist. Still only 7 fishing ships. Now, Zombie has not tried to dock this side of the landlock and push the fish from the other side. He's just content to fish himself. But as Wheelbarrow comes in, we'll see Survivalist then just pulling ahead simply with his vills. Those cheap Britain TCs giving him a great boom on land. So Res collected about 1.5k more for No Zombie. And Survivalist will be doing the thing that Nikov had talked about when I interviewed him for the Brazilian Dynasty, that fires behind hulks do seem to be beating hulks. And Survivalist going for that here. Pushing the docks a bit, and before you blink your eyes, 57 to 60 Vil difference. And the Britain TCs are paying off in dividends on land. Seeing the fires are faster than the Warhulk, so they can escape. And now Mangonel push, and we might see some Longbowmen. Let's go Longbowmen from Survivalist. You don't see Longbowmen all the time. You don't see Britons all the time. We'll now get some Longbowmen on Nomad. This is the type of thing I think we miss in tournaments. A weird Civ matchup like Britons Aztecs on Nomad.
Ready.
And Civ drafts always give us somewhat optimized Civ picks.
Ready.
A nice hop in the TC to avoid the Mangonel shot. Fires do about twice as much damage to Hulks as Hulks. Yeah, so as long as you have your Hulk meat shield in front. It's just the Hulks do a ton of damage to fires, but they're shorter ranged, so... And I guess one reason just to avoid War Galley would be because you don't need the Blacksmith upgrade, but if you're Britons, you'll go for them anyway. Title lied. You have that set's coming up soon. It's coming up in 20 minutes. We gotta wait for them. that first set between Cryptic and Kalpit though, that was great. That's the type of USA Cup set we want to see. So, more docks for Survivalists around the side. Houses for Zombie, but all the Vil will run into the longbow. A threat of the English longbow.
Okay.
Yeah, Masty sent me a dummy wreck in his set. Or uploaded a dummy wreck, and it was the Hobbit scenario. How good is the Hobbit scenario? Is it something we can actually play, like a community thing? I know there are scenarios like that. I've never actually tried them out. Maybe that'd be fun. Oh, a demo! Oh, that demo did almost something. Now that there was an epsilon of something. Orcs versus Blorks. Yeah, I feel like we would need an explanation of the map in order to play it. So, how do we like Britons versus Aztecs in the long run these days? Longbowmen, I think, are rather hard for Aztecs to deal with. Britons have good champions too, so you can go swordsman longbow. And then the monks and siege at the Aztecs are usually countered without the final armor upgrade on skirms. Even the battle skirms are kind of in a rough spot against longbows. First we Orc, then we Blork. Gandalf is dead, hope is lost? That doesn't sound good. I mean, who cares if Gandalf dies, he just comes back. Oh, another demo. It gets one ship. Man, these demos are so boring when they only get one ship. Orcs versus Blorks tournament. There's got to be some Lord of the Rings fan who would love an actual, like, modern RTS. And maybe we could mod that into AoE too. There used to be Lord of the Rings overhaul mods. There's Clinker Construction. And now Eagles versus Longbowmen. When the Eagles don't have their final armor, I would think that fight goes to the Longbowmen. No zombie doing a gate on the edge of the map, because that's where gates are built. Okay, and Monk gets conversion. Eagles still don't have their second armor. They are warriors at least. But now Imperial Age for Survivalist. How do Persians counter Fire Lancers? Hand Cannoneers work. Just having an overwhelmingly good Persian's eco can work too. And the longbows will be trapped by the Eagles. Alright, trapped by Eagles. Forward castle for no zombie. But a forward castle that'll probably be trebbed down. Yeah, 10 longbows for Survivalist. Double check my phone before we... Alright. Castle on the hill for no zombie. Yeah, rip longbows. Elite war elephants. So castle up for survivalist. And imp on the way. War elephants counter halbs. They beat them. If you have the eco to sustain 200 pop war elephants, you will beat the halbs. So, survivalist 2 minutes faster to imp with a good score lead. I think the fish boom has basically stopped paying off. And Emu with 1k extra score as the Aztecs. And survivalist just queuing on more longbowmen at that castle. Getting a second castle up for more longbow production. Has some stone in the back should he want even more longbows, and he has scattered that. He's on stone still. Adding in houses because he doesn't want to be housed, of course. Solve the housing crisis before it begins. Scorpions counter war elephants. You got clapped into retirement. That's what I learned from Deathmatch. Scorpions have an attack bonus against elephants. And longbows hit the outposts. This is now a pretty good push for survivalist. So huge fish boom for no zombie. Are we once again seeing winning the water means you don't win the game? Fish boom really isn't OP. I think more things have attack bonuses against eagles than against elephants. Pretty much every infantry unit has at least +2 against eagles. Where are the eagles? 11 eagles. We'll have an eagle push down here. And that's, I think, the only way survivalist dies is if he gets pushed and can't counter eagles. In the long run, you get a lot of long bows. You should be in for a good time. They won't destroy the imp TC. It's not obsidian arrow fire longbows. On faster Persian TCs in a 2 TC push. I mean, it's a strategy. It's something you can do. But you can also do 2 TCs with pretty much any civ. So here come the Rams. Hollows hoovering around the TCs. Yeah, we're just, in about 15 minutes, we'll have development versus Emu. So we're just waiting for them to get ready. So Bill's destroying the Rams. Rams all going down. And look at the flag on that ram as it pushes into the TC. And the longbowmen, the longbows might, am I wrong about them not having obsidian arrows? Like, the longbows might actually destroy that TC. Yeah, 10 attack against 8 armor, so that TC going down pretty quickly. Some defensive longbows come over, Vills destroy a ram. No zombie, feels like he's not pushing fast enough maybe, but more cap rams are now on their way, the ram train commencing, but the eagles are dead. The castle for no zombie was destroyed by the trebs. Survivalist adding in more longbows. And longbows should counter the elite eagles now. The gallows tried to hoover, but they hoovered right into some longbow arrows. 8 pierce armor.
Jay?
That'll be 10 dead vills. Oh, will all of them die? Oh yeah, no zombie not running them away. The longbows have ballistics. Oh, that ballistics misses. Okay, finally notices. Finally runs. He's gonna do a mining camp on stone, but the longbows will chase. The ram push does destroy a TC, but now, there we go. There's that swordsman line from Survivalist. Getting the long swords out, they can fight the rams and the eagles. Siege ram clicked for no zombie, but he's gonna lose the rams before they become siege rams. And the longbows will simply pepper the rams with arrows until they collapse. And it goes, more rams at the front, but longswords going to deal with them. PC taking some fire from the galleons. Everything on the shoreline being cleaned. Another TC from Nasambi. More TCs up and around, and eagles coming forward to attack the longbows. The gallows getting a nice surround, but here comes some long swordsmen, soon to be two-handed swordsmen with their beautiful golden shoulder pads. To slaughter the eagles, two-handed swordsmen will wreck them. Oh, look at them go. Look at them go. What's their attack bonus? +8 against shock infantry. Against eagles and eagle substitutes. We see. Ooh, wait. There's a counter. There's a counter to the swordsman line. It's the Jaguar Warrior. Do we have Jaguar Warriors to counter swordsmen and rams to counter longbows? That would be a combination. It's a lot of longbows. Still not elite. They're moving forward. And now they can pressure the TC again from the hill. Yeah, Jags and Rams, two animals working together. And there's Arson for the swordsman. Survivalist floating a bit of wood. Needs a bit more farming space after having been pushed. But this is still looking very good for him. He's now pouring the resources in to try to pull up and even up the res collected difference from the early fish boom. And his KD is crazy. Britons are so OP, man. Longbows are ridiculous. I'm going to email the developers right now that this civ needs to be nerfed ASAP. Paradox showing his bias as a Scotsman who struggles to finish William Wallace. Needs the Britons to be nerfed. I think Britain should only get Bodkin Bracer 2 OP. You know, my guy Paradox has no problem finishing William Wallace off. Finishing William Wallace off as in sending him to his death at the hands of the longbows at Falkirk. Alright, so Jaguar Warriors and Eagles against two-handed swordsmen and soon-to-be elite longbowmen. There they are. The siege ram attacking the castle foundation as the longbows try to defend their two-handed swordsmen from the Jaguars. And the Eagles all are destroyed. The Rams soon to follow. The devastation that Survivalist is unleashing upon No Zombie's base as the longbows keep with such long range now, 12 range. Or do they have 12 range? Up 11 range. They need yeomen. Keep the Jaguars away. And two-handed swordsmen attacking the Rams a bit as Trebs go for the castle. Love AoE 2 because no one's cheating. Like, sometimes I play Counter-Strike 2 and it's a joke. I always love seeing Jaguar Warriors. They're not elite, and there's their Warwolf for Survivalist. Rams go down. Castle will be trebbed. Need a CS2 Orcs versus Blorks board. Play the same civ every game. I hope it's the random civ. Oh, 4 relics actually for no zombie. But yeah, remember when that was like 48 to 52? Well, now Survivors just close the gap. And the villagers from no zombie are gonna have to farm in the shade as the longbows are moving on forward. He just played Dravidians? Must have been winning lots of migration games then.
Ready.
And Trebs taking down the market. Eagles rushing the Trebs, rushing the longbows. They might get the Trebs there. The longbows should be able to clean a lot of these Eagles now. That's 8 armor against the 11 attack of the longbows. And I really want to focus on the Jaguars, though, as the two-handed swordsman should be cleaning the Eagles. And there's the champion upgrade. Yeoman and champion now in. So these are almost fully upgraded. They still need armor and attack upgrades. So this isn't even the fully armed and upgraded Britain's composition yet. There's still a ways to go. The Survivalist is double no zombie score. Just about. The thousands place and onward, he's double. So the relics are ejected. And no zombie must be pretty dejected, as it feels like it's just about time to call the GG. He's just trying to buy some time for us so Emu can prepare his draft. Group B meets in the library in 30 minutes. What books are you reading? Yeah, he is from Canada. This is not USA Cup. We're just casting a match because the next USA Cup is in about 5 minutes now. We had about 30 minutes between sets. So no zombies holding on. This is Canada versus UK. Or Canada versus no zombie, but we can support the fellowship of other former UK territories that no longer bear the name precisely. Alright, now zombie was very turbo dead. There. Alright, so do we have a draft yet? Do we have a draft? As... oh my gosh, why does DE make it hard to click buttons? So it'll be Emu Warrior versus Development. They're still Commonwealth, but they're not, at least, under the same exact flag. Hobbit the PDF? Oh, someone sent me a PDF on the Hobbit. Can't wait for Emu's careful planning. Banned arena? Where is the draft paradox? Wait, I gotta find the draft. Where's the UV2CM? Let's see, USA Cup. Okay, I just have maps yet. I don't have the civs. Yeah, development banned arena. Sadly banning arena. Alright. So, what do we have there? And also development on the left, so me swap that. Yeah, let me swap that. Thought Emu was going to be drafting first, but no, he apparently is drafting second. So he did at least pick a walled map. Voyagers against South Dakota Badlands. An inundation for Emu, where I've heard boars can be trapped. Need to use the good old new require path command. Drink water, be healthy. Water is good. And we will probably have one... oh, actually cross. Interesting. Okay. So a hybrid map for development. Hybrid map. Water is very cool and good. How did I start my stream and keep it up? I opened OBS and I clicked the start streaming button, and I will credit my ISP for not having any dropped frames tonight. Hope Dev wins playing Biz on Cross. Your message got auto-modded. Do we have any mods here? Is Paradox a mod? Baskets is a mod. We do have some mods. You know who says, oh, Butter's a mod too. I was gonna say Butter should be a mod, but he's a mod. Alright, so Mesa Verde will be our first map. And they'll draft some civs. And Limbao. Alright, chat. So, this is going to be one hype set. We got Mesa Verde, which is a walled map, but also a Socotra map for Game 1. Mesa Verde is something I'm considering for a sudden disaster, too. I think that's a good sudden disaster map that fits the hamster category. Alright, so two Americans here this time. Even though Emu has played in a lot of Australian events. So, alright, speaking of water, let me go grab some. I'll replenish my water stockpile. Get a second TC on the outside. Okay, I'm going to replenish my water stockpile where they draft civs. We'll be right back. And finally get started with Emu versus development. Alright, chat. We have replenished our stockpile of water. And we're ready to get going. So, Mongol's the first pick for development. Japanese for Emu Water. For Emu Water. Emu Warrior. Then Hindustanis for him. Magyars for development. And Georgians. Yeah, that should be a sponsorship for him, the Emu Water. Like biscuits. Mesa Verde with cannon on the outside. Ooh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. He already has a water named after him, Smart Water. Yeah, I remember I went to, I don't know what it was. I was in Penn Station, New York. And I just wanted to grab a bottle of water before my train, so I ran into whatever the pharmacy was. If it was a CVS or whatever. And the only water they had was Smart Water. I don't know if it was some type of sponsorship deal, but they didn't have other water. No Poland Spring, no Dasani, no Aquafina, none of the other waters. It was only Smart Water. Okay, only Smart there. No trains. Now, yeah, Long Island Railroad is on strike now. Hopefully that gets resolved soon. That's how I get to and from JFK. If it's not, I guess I need to take the subway. Smart Water is your go-to. That's why he admins. Emu, yeah, Emu, no Teutons. Where's the Teutons pick? Ooh, probably 3-0 development then if there's no Teutons. So what do we have on Mesa Verde then? Georgians against Sicilians, potentially. Where are Britons used? I mean, Japanese, they could be used. They could be used for cross. They could also be used for Mesa Verde. Where'd Mongols, be from Mesa Verde? There's Hunt there with javelinas. You can go up fast. You're a big milk guy. Who drafted better? I mean, Emu didn't pick Teutons, so obviously development drafted better. Mongols are good for Koryagurs. Yeah, what is Bloodless's opinion on the draft? I would personally think that Mongols, Magyars, Georgians are an insane first, and Dravidians. Like, that's an insane first 4 civs in a draft. And after Japanese, these civs are maybe questionable for Emu, but maybe it's questions just because we don't understand the inner machinations of his thought process. And, alright. I prefer devs, but Emu does have Japanese, which are good. That's my thought process. Okay, glad to see my thought process agrees with Bloodless. Milk is a child's drink. Drink it if you want to stay young. Someone could go crazy every time you would drink milk in the US. And Paradox not on the gallon of whole milk a day diet. Where are the Teutons? And our thoughts and prayers. Great set coming up. It's got T90's endorsement. That's how you know it's going to be great. Alright, let's just play an ad right now. And they're in the lobby. We should be getting started. Emu's picking the purple color. The first map is Mesa Verde. Is this going to be Sicilians versus Mongols? Sicilians, he snagged them at the end of the draft in preference over Teutons. Teutons his favorite civ, I would guess. I mean, I don't know, Teutons don't have the white feather guards. He also really loves the white feather guards. And they're just sitting in the lobby, waiting, getting ready. to strike with some USA Cup action. Is this the best set in the tournament? It's up there. Imagine, though, if we have Emu versus Masty. That would be a darn good set. Ads Paradox needs to go over to YouTube. Alright, so reminder, this is the group stage USA Cup. Emu is one of the top seeds. Development, a very, very good player. And certainly capable of pulling an upset. And the colors they picked are blue versus purple. So what do we want to do, chat? Do we leave Emu in purple? Do we turn him to red? It is indeed Mongols versus Sicilians. On Mesa Verde. And we'll have a spec delay, then we'll get started. Yeah, chat, I think you all are the type of people who really care about their health. So make sure you drink plenty of water as you stay hydrated. It's like the streamer needs to stay hydrated, so do the viewers. It's no fun watching the stream if you're dehydrated. Thought this was America. That's why you had the ads paradox. It's America. Want to go to some other country, you probably won't get ads. When your dad told you the world is slowly crumbling into chaos, did he mean it was because of the Discord? I think Discord and the rest of the world have both a symbiotic and a parasitic relationship at the same time. Alright, so are we starting yet? What's the spec delay? Okay, 4 seconds. What are we doing on colors? I think I'll just put Emu in red. As sad as it is, so we don't have blue and purple. And here we go. Emu Warrior will be the red Sicilians to the west. Development will be the blue Mongols to the east. Both of them are Americans playing in USA Cup. On Zetnis's lovely Mesa Verde map, we have 12 identical houses at the back in the cliff face for each player. They got fortified palisade walls defending berries and a TC, and you cannot get to the outside. You cannot get outside of these rocks. And you have 3 golds on your little hill, berries there, and then 3 stones just on the outside below that step. So, we have some laming right away from development, right off the bat. He is pulling that javelina in with his scout. Emu Warrior gonna come and try to block. Hello, Only Cats TTV. And what's Emu gonna do here? Is he gonna just chase with the Vil too? I mean, the Vil needs to do a house or a gate or a building and de-aggro the javelina. And oh, he blocks. The development's still lame. Oh, he goes too far away. And now he just lost scout HP, but he did idle the Vil a bit. Was he going for it again? The Vil doesn't have loom, and he was just like, oh, I'll take a fox. Being a little foxy out there, taking a red fox for some gold. But layman right away. And development will bring in more of his own javelinas. So this map has lots of small wood lines in the middle. And there'll be another red fox taken there from Emu. Emu's very foxy. He is very foxy. Emu getting distracted by foxes, hunting a javelina at home. And then he'll have a forward lumber camp here. No wood near your starting TC, so you have to venture forward to grab wood. It makes the map very aggressive, despite the fact that it's somewhat easy to wall.
Salutamo.
Oh, what are these copy pastas in the chat?
Salutamo.
Sì, sì.
And Javelina in. And, oh wait, Emu, is he gonna do it? He's gonna do it. He's gonna open the gate with the scout and get the deer in. Oh, he messed it up. He messed it up. Rip Emu. Rip Emu. It didn't have the deer at the right angle. Yeah, he's trying to do the old deer inside without using a herdable on the gate trick, and it backfired. Backfired hard. Now the deer is just finding a nice house to live in, and is refusing to leave. Emu's not going to be able to evict him. Might as well be GG then. Emu is so close to pulling it off. That's one of my favorite things, but sadly didn't do it. So now we got Loom for development, and he is just about ready to click up, as he has a forward barracks and maybe going men-at-arms as the Mongols. Doesn't have a mill yet. The barracks actually is his second building. So he'll be mining gold, doing a mining camp. And if he's not doing a mill, this actually could be men-at-arms into archers from him. Maybe hoping for archers to deal with sergeants rather than scouts. And Loom now for Emu. He will be up quite a bit later, actually, than development, but that's what you expect against the Mongols. Dark Age Donjon, and no barracks for him. And you can train spears from the donjon now, and remind me, it does actually count as a building for going up, and does let you do the range and stable afterwards. And Emu's eco. So these vills are very, very concerned with taking one herdable at a time. One turkey at a time. As the hares out there are just staring at him saying, hey, we're safe. Yeah, you gotta make sure you have your critter volume turned down if you're casting, because the hares are gonna be there the entire game. Unless someone like does a onager and just hits them. So here come those militia from that forward barracks. Quick gate. That house is not up. Okay, Emu built a gate. He's fighting the militia. Needs to fight before the man-at-arms upgrade comes in. Development has to be careful to get the upgrade. He will focus on the scout. And should kill the scout. Yes, he does. Emu wants a diagonal gate, and he almost had it blocked, but gets it. And now he's got to have both these gates locked as he clicks up to feudal, and he is very slow to feudal. So that Vil lead he has will disappear as he spends his TC time up to feudal. And now there is the range, so development. Clean build so far. Mongols taking hunt. Bit of a lame, distracting Emu early on, now doing the range. He has a lovely wood line, maybe could wall up a bit. But actually that would be an insane wall. There, and then he's basically safe. But Emu eventually deleted the gate, did some walls behind it, easily easier to repair. Diagonal gates are very, very weak. Oh, but what does Emu do when he's going for a trap? He doesn't get it. He opens the gate, and he kills the scout, but he lets the men-at-arms in. Emu wanted to go for a masterpiece trap with a gate, but it backfired. It backfired, and now the men-at-arms are in. Emu is not the Viper. And how many vills will he lose? Maybe this is just a masterpiece if he actually traps the men-at-arms in with him. And they can't actually do damage. Now that the donjon will start shooting arrows since he's in feudal, he's turning. That's a very weak man-at-arms. He can pull back the weak vill. Yeah, this is some idle time, but the vills are winning that fight. The vills are winning that fight. And now archers forward for development. Can't join them up with the men-at-arms, so maybe this actually worked out well for Emu. All those vills are weak. The men-at-arms are dying.
Sì, sì.
And now we make sergeants. Emu must be reading the chat, as he is indeed making a sergeant. And how do you stop sergeants? Is it Mongol men-at-arms? Or Mongol men-at-arms or Mongol archers? This is what greatness looks like. Yeah, Emu here just playing 5D chess. These archers don't have fletching, so he can take the berries in front of them, use the sergeant to clean up everything in the back, do the archery range, and start making the best unit in the game, the skirmisher. Or just send sergeants to kill the archers. There's a chance for an epic mining camp. Between those two, this map actually gives lots of epic mining camp chances. Donjon allows archery. Yep. It didn't originally, but now it does. That's what I was saying earlier. It lets you train the spearmen, and it lets you build the range in the stable. So Emu with one wood line. Donjon doesn't really protect wood. Some wood over here, a thin line of wood against the edge of the map. Lots of bushes there. And he's gonna stone wall. Those archers are standing on the stone wall. And the vills will fight them. Still no fletching. And maybe we'll get a vill kill there. Okay, yes, there we go. First vill kill of the game. And a sergeant kill. Archers. I'm gonna shoot and scoot and get back. Forward tower from development. Still, he really does need fletching for archers against the sergeants. And a forward blacksmith for him, looking for fletching. Why does Emu need military when he has vills? That's right. Skirm's just gonna drag him down. Okay, and there's a mining camp. There's a mining camp on stone and on gold. Yeah, best unit in the game. Best unit in the game. We all love skirms, don't we? We all love seeing our skirms. Emu should be up in no time. Very clean eco. 6 on food. Starting to farm. Meanwhile, the eco back here, undisturbed for development. No farms for him. He's taking the berries. And yep, we'll zoom in and admire the beauty of this mining camp for a moment. Oh, look at that. Taking stone and gold at the same time. A work of art. And now the archers will get underneath the donjon. Some men-at-arms will come over. How's Emu 1k res behind? He's against the Mongols. Mongols have hunt. Also, he's had to fight men-at-arms with his vills this whole game. His blacksmith is denied. He doesn't have fletching. Doesn't have any upgrades. Emu doesn't have any upgrades other than loom and feudal age. Those are the only 2 technologies he's researched this game. Development now has fletching and double bit axe. And well, what's that donjon gonna do? Well, kill some archers. Development dodging the shots. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nice micro from development. As efficient as your local DMV. A few months ago, I went to my local DMV because I needed to change some registration things about the car. Turns out they didn't do that at that DMV, and I had to go to a different DMV. So we have archers going down. Men-at-arms that are being forced away, and another donjon for Emu, giving him a bit more map control, another wood line, and he could wall up to the side there and keep a gold and a stone safe. And he's fairly well walled at this point. Fairly well walled with another couple of houses at the front. 12 to 6 military. But with the donjons, the archers might not be able to do too much more damage. Emu stone walling. Oh, Emu loves his stone walls, and he'll demonstrate that love for all of us. As he's doing fletching now for the skirm, still needs double bit axe, and is adding in some farms without horse collar. But development not farming even. He's just taking berries, having a grand old time. Both players with sick idle TC times. Did he make a donjon in Dark Age? Yes, he did. Emu can win this. Never doubt the Sicilians. But development's up to the Castle Age. His eco is managed very well, and Mongol's OP, but he built the market, sold wood, bought food, sold wood, and went up. Double range is still pumping out archers, and he's taken the hunt with the forward vills who did the tower and the blacksmith earlier. He'll do a stable too, so he can go steppy plus cav archer if he wants after upgrading to crossbow. Also siege tower hop the walls if he wants to. Res collected 2k more for development. 2k more for development. Holy Idol TC, yep. And Emu, maybe he's regretting not picking Teutons. Imagine he'd pick Teutons here instead of Sicilians. And just had better towers instead of donjons. Can stack steppies on a single tile, yep. Step Lancer's immune to the patrol stack rule.
Timo. Amor Mindu. Zachar.
And now Skirm's trying to fight the archers, but not enough Skirms for the fight. And development is pouncing. He sees Skirms do not have armor, so time to fight them with archers. And all of the Skirms are dying for Emu. He's making the best unit in the game. And he can't even win a fight with them. Holy clean. This is clean enough to eat your hunt off of. As we'll have a forward workshop now for development. And he's ready to keep pushing Emu. Emu throwing up his market. Throwing up an archery range. He's selling wood, he's buying food, but he still is not up. Needs a bit more food. He'll be force dropping. He'll be dropping off some gold. And there he goes. He is up to the Castle Age. But already facing mangonels, facing step lancers, facing crossbowmen. And with 4 vills on stone, might soon be facing a forward castle. This is arena now. Imagine 20 elite skirms though. Ooh. Well, Emu's going archers. He's not imagining. He's imagining archers. He's at least stone-walled with a few good wood lines he can get to that can't be stopped, all of them by crossbows for now. But the mangonel will start pushing the donjon. Dev with 2 vills on food now. Well, he's adding farms. Just needs a few more farms. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's finished with the hunt. And moving those vills to wood. And mangoneling the houses will be in fairly soon. We'll be in. Skirm's popping out for Emu. And right now it's still 44 to 45 vills. Emu will be slightly behind while he still needs to advance, but at least it's only 1 TC for development. Lots of idle TC time, but not much actual eco vill killing. Emu will win this game. T90's still a believer. Nothing will persuade him otherwise. Who's donjon and why would you want to push him? Well, he's some guys on the edge of the cliff and you gotta push him to join you down here. Imagine a double siege workshop push. 3 mangonels, not enough for Kalpit. He needs more. Those vills are weak. Bodkin coming in for the donjon. There's a lot of garrison stuff inside that donjon. Only 1 repair vill. The development has to be careful about that. Maybe he could add another mangonel. There's the workshop for Emu. I mean, Emu could win this if he repairs the donjon, gets a mangonel, destroys all 3 of those mangonels, and also gets a TC and doesn't underboom. But I think that this is a tough spot for him now. At least it's only a 4 vill deficit, but 1 donjon down. 1 donjon in a dream now. Well, maybe he doesn't realize this is stone walled behind, but he can go through the other house. So now, is this open? That's not open. It's just an outpost. And he's through. I'm not sure about my earlier statement. Knights, Step Lancer, Crossbowmen, and Mangonels. Attacking Emu. Emu's got to be careful he doesn't get housed. Adding more houses more as a wall and a housing measure, but he's walling villas in against the rock face more so than against a wood line. Well, Emu basically needs to go and clear 3 Mangonels without losing his Mangonel, and then probably win another Mangonel fight after that. No eco upgrades. Still no eco upgrades. As he clears 1 Mangonel, doesn't clear a second though. Some HP down. And we're now at about 3k more res collected for development. Who also has a second TC, by the way. He will fight a bear and win the fight against the bear. With his bare hands and a knife. Emu needs monks to kill everything. What are Sicilian monks? No redemption, no atonement. So you're not going to stop the Mangonels. There is ballistics. Ballistics for Emu. Ballistics for 17 crossbowmen. And he'll try to fight with them soon. Along with that Mangonel. Emu will win this game, says Baskets. With not a hint of irony in his writing. And Mangonel misses, but it's on the hill. And still survives. That one has 2 HP, but will be repaired. And Mangonel goes down to development's Mangonel. 10 crossbows in the donjon. That's shooting quite a few arrows. Imagine he were Teutons, though. You could have a guard tower with that many arrows. Perhaps even more, right? That's 7 arrows? Yeah, the Teutons would have, I think, 8. Should have picked Teutons. This is what he gets for not picking Teutons. Arrow slits still needed. Just delaying upgrades until imps of crop rotation. Well, he has some farms. He's not waiting for the crop rotation farms. Teuton donjon? Teuton donjons would be sick, but I'm talking about Teuton guard towers. They shoot a lot of arrows. Donjon or guard tower? I think the donjon is more HP, and it also makes the sergeants and spears. Well, I'm talking about the Teuton guard tower, though, that would have even more extra projectiles. I think if you put archers inside of that, it gets up to 1 more arrow than the donjon does. If he remembers eco upgrades exist. Well, now he's down by 15 vils. Development is forcing Emu to micro the crossbows rather than his eco. And the crossbows have to move away. He gets another Mangonel. Gets another Mangonel. Here comes some knights, and the knights can make things very awkward for the crossbows. They don't have their armor yet, but it's coming in, and then they can go pick off Mangonels. First Crusade Sergeant Teuton ally, so you can First Crusade, and the Teuton can do crenellations, and the sergeants can garrison the towers to shoot arrows as infantry. That is a masterpiece right there. Mangonel hits the deer corpse. Also, side effect of the military units no longer removing corpses. Mangonel shots don't remove animal corpses anymore. Slaying Fast Imp Arbalest. He's up to Imp. He's up to Imp, chat. He's up to Imp. He's got 1 TC. That's all he needs. Fast Imp Arbalest. Fast Imp Donjon. Fast Imp give us Bracer for Donjon range. That'll stop the siege push. He's 8 on stone, so he can secure the front of his map, then do a castle, and then do some trebs. And then kill development. I actually think it's winnable. Paradox might need to unpin a message. Racer Chem getting harder than ever before. Remember, no bombard cannon for the Sicilians, but they do have siege engineers if they want it for their trebs. But speaking of trebs, we need those 13 vils on stone to manifest a castle. This needs to micro perfectly under immense amounts of pressure in front of the entire country, and he wins. In front of the entire country who is watching this, yes. What if you just sneak vills and castle in the middle of his eco? What if you just type that it's lagging in the chat, so you go and load the game on the HD edition, where you can then pathfind through the rocks to the outside and drop the castle then, like, right back here. Walk around the outside, do it in dev space. Yeah, I mean, look at this. It is literally a bowl where they're fighting. This map shouldn't be Mesa Verde, it should be Super Bowl. And Zetnus was thinking ahead when he made this. Game is up on the big screen in Times Square right now. Oh, they're watching the black bears attacking the villagers. Thinking of, this happens to me in Central Park. And the bear gets a kill. The bear gets a kill. Alright, we've seen a bear getting a kill. Maybe that opens up a bit of momentum for Emu, who has chemistry and bracer. And just has about enough stone for a castle. Remember, he is Sicilians. If there's one thing we know about Sicilians, it's that their castles always go up. Oh, Dev is making mistakes. Dev never quite was able to finish off Emu. He's a huge Vill lead now. But he's gonna click up to Imp. I fear he may already have lost his castle by the time he's Imp. I'm watching on ESPN. Alright, so Emu, Trebs, chemistry. T90 Faith. T90 Faith and Emu. All he needs to do really is destroy one castle, and then things will start collapsing and falling apart for development. Look at the military, 31 to 19. These are bracer chemistry crossbowmen. No ARB, no problem. You got some main. Oh, Emu's gonna get 4 relics. Emu's like, oh, look at this, I can get some economy. Does he have a monastery of his own for monks? No, but he can destroy the monastery. A relic win? Did they enable relic victory? There's still got to be a relic on the map. Yeah, there's one right there. They should have 5 relics. So, Mangudai on the way, but this castle has bracer to defend the Trebs. Vills are right there to repair. And I don't think development will be able to snipe them off. Yeah, not 7 relics, just 5. I do kind of like 7 relics for 1v1s, but 5 works too. Being an Emu fan is worse than being a Vikings fan. T90 should try being a Mets fan. Alright, so Treb's pushing the castle. Pushing the castle. Mangudai popping out. I don't think there are enough Mangudai for sniping Trebs. There are only 5 of them. Or 6 of them. Workshop will go down too. He's gonna do it, isn't he? He's gonna do it. He's pushing. Development will be Imp. But what does he do in Imp? Oh, look at that. Emu deletes a wall to send crossbows forward, and he gets the re-wall up. Oh my gosh, that Phil got so much HP. And the Mangudai are almost trapped. Almost being the key word. I think they can escape. Yeah, they can escape. But Emu now splitting the crossbows into 2 groups. The Trebs are forward. Some crossbows gotta defend the Trebs. Some crossbows gotta raid. Pick off the Mangudai. Development maybe needs some quick walls here. Yeah, chat, Emu has 1 million fans. Emu picks off some Mangudais with the crossbows. I mean, the more Mangudai he takes out, the better. But development has another castle. He's not microing the crossbows. Development is dodging ballistics. But Emu going for a forward castle. He is taking some map control. That'll take the farms away. Development was doing forward farms. The Trebs are going for the TC. The crossbows killing some skirms. And the TC, but 6 HP remaining as it'll go down. That castle has 4 vills on it. It's a Sicilian's castle, though. Can Emu have a Sicilian's castle denied? He's only got 3 vills left, but the skirms are all down. The university will be destroyed from development. So no more of those important university techs. The ones like Clinker Construction and Carvel Hull and Shipwright, none of them will be available for him. As the vills are going on a massive migration. A massive migration down here to the south of the map where there's another castle that could maybe get some trebs soon. Skirm cleared so the castle can be built over its corpse. And Emu keeps coming forward with more trebs. More trebs and more mangonels as we have a wall in the middle of nowhere for development. That was a beautiful stone wall. And skirm's going down left and right. Castle is up. Castle's up. There's a market there for development. Still farming, still farming. Emu did it. T90 believing it's over. T90 believing Emu has done it. Emu might lose the castle. There are 2 trebs out. Can Emu actually snipe a treb if a castle goes down? But the repairs there won't be enough for development against 4 trebs. Emu will pack them up and move on to the next castle. Saying, sorry, development, my trebs are attacking another castle. It's officially time to panic. I think the imp was time to panic. Now, Emu. Emu might lose this castle. What does he have? 13 repair bills. The skirms and arbs trying to attack the treb. Oh, that'll go down eventually. It'll be slow, but it'll go down. As this castle crumbles. And this castle just might have enough HP to stay up as the treb is destroyed. This treb can't pathfind. Mangonels are chasing the treb. Mangonels are chasing development to do a back castle. Oh, this game has been crazy. And now it's 61 vills to 117. Development has 117 vills. He has 15,000 more resources collected, but he can't stop the trebuchets. He can't stop the trebuchets. Where's that pinned chat from T90 saying Emu could win? Paradox didn't believe. There's gonna be no res for development to take. He's gonna chop all the wood. Stream chat sniping and saw the message saying he would win. Well, the Chubb's going for this TC. This has been one heck of a game. Mesa Verde has been an amazing map. And the skirms come forward, finding some vills out here by the mills, by the gold. And they'll be picking off vills as development's eco will start collapsing out from under him. And desperately, he's doing more castles. Emu, look at that idle time, doesn't care about adding more vills. Yeah, I was saying, this would be an interesting one, I think, for sudden disaster. Definitely fits the theme pretty well. Skirms destroying the treb. Treb attacking the castle. More trebs forward. Oh, this treb will have a hill, Emu. Maybe the only downside, he doesn't have the hill there. But that's going to be 2 more destroyed castles. More trebs on the way from Emu. What's that military count? 35 to 2? What are the 2 units of 2 Mangudai? 2 Mangudai. I mean, okay, let's say 2 Mangudai. If you could only have 2 of any unit, it'd probably be the Mangudai. Or maybe monks, because then you can get more units. But that is one heck of a dream for those 2 Mangudai to have to destroy all those trebs. Eco upgrades are optional and throwing is mandatory. Emu doesn't have any eco upgrades. He doesn't have any eco upgrades. He's doing another forward castle. There's 1 castle left for development. He's got 10 vills on stone as the stone will be almost out. Only 9 stone left. And this castle about to crumble along with perhaps the hopes of development. As he calls the GG and Emu Warrior, as the pinned chat would imply, as won the game, won on Mesa Verde, 113 to 73 KD. And you can look at the army count and as they went imp and see how that happened. That with the timing advantage in the trebs, development never could stop any fight that Emu tried to take. 20,000 almost? That's 19,000 resources collected for development, more than Emu. But it just wasn't enough to stop the push. Twice as many villagers. Twice as many villagers. Oh, man, that's what we want from USA Cup. That was beautiful. Alright, we gotta get ready for this next game. So we have maps. Mesa Verde, won by Emu. And then that's Mongols losing to Sicilians. And what a difference in draft positions. The first pick for development losing to the last pick for Emu. That is a heartbreaker there. GG. Oh, look at that Gigify and emote. Is that just a laggy? Is there like a loading circle there? Emu load? Emu asking, is that Emu asking for a restart? Yeah, eco upgrades loading. Alright, where are we at with this next game? It'll be South Dakota Badlands. Okay, they go into the custom maps. South Dakota Badlands. And Warriors is still there for Emu. There is a chance we do get to see all three custom maps. And what are the civs are still hidden? They're in a lobby. Emu Micro too good. Far too good. Where are the boars on this map? Kalpit, I imagine your struggle would be more from migration. That migration game you had in the qualifier was amazing. I think that was definitely the best game I've casted from USA Cup so far. Please don't remind me. It came down to a battle between Dravidian and Viking Light Cav. Alright, so South Dakota Badlands development will be playing as the Magyars, and Emu Warrior will be playing as the Hindustanis. Oh, that was your first tournament game, really? Oh yeah, you're pretty high elo for that to be your first tournament experiment. I remember playing in noob tournaments many years ago. Let me just make sure we get Voyagers added to my list of maps and authors. I don't think Emu is capable of feeling nervous. You never know. You never know what happens when the tournament games get to you. Oh, hello, Ace John. I just realized, yeah, Ace John also one of the hosts along with Paradox. Soul Tournament was worth it. Alright, so here we go. Right, so South Dakota Badlands will have development as the Blue Magyars to the southwest, and Emu Warrior victorious after game 1 as the Red Hindustanis to the northeast. So cheaper vills for the Hindustanis, no eco bonus in the Dark Age for the Magyars, and this map is crazy because your Javelinas and your Boars are super far away, and you really have to scout to find them. Gives you some old school Voobly vibes of Boars are uphill behind woodlines, but even worse. Then cracked terrain by the TC. Unfortunately no Persians, so we're not going to see a cracked terrain douche. Yeah, Kalpit knows how the Civ matchup works now. And development is pushing in an Ibex. And that seems to be the key trade-off on this map. How do you decide between pushing in your Ibex versus scouting for the boars? I'm thinking that pushing the Ibexes is probably the most important thing. Actually, development has an insane map if he just walls here, and then you can wall over here to the TC. And then you'll have berries, gold, stone, and 2 wood lines all safe in the back. Maybe that's a bit too greedy with walling in case Emu comes forward, but that's actually a crazy good spawn for him. So over here, there's a javelina in the back for Emu that he might not have seen. Might not have seen it. And Ibex pushed in there from Emu towards his town center. Scouted 25% of the entire map in a practice game once and didn't find a single additional boar. I know because I resigned in frustration. I could see it on the technology tab. You get the exact percent explored number. You saw Emu unban Arabia this week, so he's Omega prepared for this moment. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I saw Dobbs' stream the other day. And he was playing T90. And I saw the chat filter striked T90. And tried to respond politely to GLHF, and the chat filter struck him down. So, mill there for Emu, right on the berries. And what is Emu? Emu, okay, he did take the javelina that was in the back. He did push some hunt in. He's got more hunt up here that he could push. What is this? Is Emu on auto scout? I think he's just like scouting the same area. He's checking all the little black areas to make sure there are no boars hiding there. Hindustanis, at least they have cheaper vills. And he does still have food under the TC. It's not like he'll be out of food for the moment, but needing to go 5 vills on berries, that's never a good feeling. I saw Emu play Slay the Spire earlier, so he's definitely prepared. Was he playing the Hobbit scenario, though? That's how we know you're really prepared. And yeah, I think development, seeing how easy this is to wall, both players doing Loom, and they both should be able to go up, so Emu has just enough food under the TC that he will be able to go up. Then you have to ask how many scouts he'll be able to make, though. As yeah, there is Feudal with a force drop. Give up on predictions. Alright, so we'll check the scouting. Emu scouted his map. And development has maybe scouted a bit more. What is that Vil doing? The Vil's taking the foxes out there. Oh, let's go take the foxes. Why is that Jaguar not attacking the villager? Hello, Jaguar. What are you doing? Are you not hungry? Do you not see the villager there? Oh, wait, what is the Jaguar doing? Why did it run into the mountain and stop? Oh, is the Jaguar in the mountain? The Jaguar might be trapped in the mountain. It might not be able to reach the Vil. What is going on there? That's true. It is a Magyar Vil. Maybe the Jaguar is just scared of the Magyar Vil? What does it do? It's like it did chase after something. A bugged map adminry? Do they actually do that? Do they run from Magyar Vils? That'd be a sick new feature. I think it might have actually just spawned inside the... Where's it going? It's still trying to run. Like, it's running, but it can't get to anything. Yeah, it gets stuck in its running animation. Is it trying to chase the mountain? Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. As Emu is up, but loses the scout to development, who also is up. And now, double bit axe, we have an eco upgrade for development. No eco upgrade yet for Emu. Emu doing a stable, so it might just be scouts. Chasing its dreams. Alright, it's chasing the American dream. This one patriotic Jaguar. So, boar in the middle of the map, somehow not spotted from development. And Emu still hasn't spotted anything. And he lost his scout, so he has even less scouting now. What is a kilometer? Never heard of it. I think Dev is going to get his revenge this game. I think he's off to a better start. And now, at least throughout Feudal, I still do prefer Magyars. But dealing with Hindustani camels always is tricky. So we have a spear defending Emu's woodline here. These monkey puzzle trees. I think those are actually native to Argentina and Chile and not to South Dakota, but we'll let it slide. As Emu doesn't know anything. Emu... Like, T90, you need to go type the T90 blind emote into the chat to describe Emu's scouting right now. Losing that scout just by hitting Feudal is awful for him. He has seen the stable, so now he knows where development is. He doesn't know where the Jaguar on the mountain is. And that might be his downfall. As, oh, he doesn't quick wall by the mill. It doesn't quick wall by the mill. The vills will escape to the TC. There we go, there we go. And the scouts will pull around. Feels like the Mongols would be good here just to find the boar with the extra line of sight on the scout. You know, that might actually be the right civ pick for this map, Mongols. Find the boars and actually enjoy them. Okay, so Spear's there chasing the scouts. Development thinking of hidden vills, but not going to pull off a snipe. Not yet. These farms. Can the scouts kill a vill? A spear might kill a spear. Magyar spears using their extra attack from forging. As the scouts run through all the vills, don't take a hit, and escape the spears. So development gonna get out. He's up by 2 vills, does have a kill, and Emu with more idle time. What if they change the Celts bonus? Honestly, I saw it used for the first time in 26 years a couple weeks ago. So maybe we should keep it how it is. So vills, oh, there's another pick from development. I think development. So T90 might be calling this one. He had faith in Emu last game, has faith in development this game, and wants to see a 1-1 set when we get to game number 3. Yeah, weird that we don't see horse collar in a scout game. That we don't. I mean, it applies retroactively to farms now, so it's very tempting to skip it and just pump out more spears at the start. And with development, doesn't want to fight those 3 spears. Oh, Emu, he's walling. How many walls can we make, Emu? How many walls can we make? 1, 2, and house, the TC fire. Another house, the Vill gets a poke. Vill stabbing with that knife, doing some front stabbing. I remember when Celts ravaged the team game step ladder games, treaty lines, and treaty lines for Celts, you're right. Yeah, treaty lines for Celts are crazy. You'd never see that in a tournament, but because we remove treaties usually, but on the ladder game, oh. Right, you could just lame, there's nothing to stop you. Okay, well that wall's down. Emu coming with his scouts. Spear poke. Oh, there's still a spear in there. That spear did some poking. Archers picked the other spear. There's still another spear in there for Emu, though. But I think Development's spear did a bit more fighting than Emu's did there at the start. And spear and archer still moving forward. Spear here wants to poke some more scouts. The spear has a hill advantage. Scouts going down. Archer's picking off all of the scouts, and development actually coming out on top in this fight, maybe. He's got another spear forward, that scout will have to fall back. And development still pushing Emu. All of his farms in the back. Development now using the mill to farm. That jaguar still over there on the mountain. Is it still angry? Still angry? Did it stop being angry? Oh, nope, it's still angry. Still chasing sometimes. And we'll have a spear and a couple of archers getting around to the side. There is no hole between those houses. So, sorry, I'm going to just run around to the side. Is there a hole by the wood line? I cannot tell. There's nothing on that square. Might even be a hole by the wood line. I need the good old palisade scanning feature from the user patch. And there is a hole. There is a hole. There's always a hole. Emu trying to throw up some stone walls, but the spears are in, the scout is in, the archers are in. Those forging Magyar spears are poking away at the vills. Now the archers, they have fletching. Emu still no horse collar, no player with horse collar. Spear able to poke more scouts, another vill goes down. It's a 5-0 eco KD. Now development will probably lose the rest of those archers here, but it'll get 2 scouts in the process. Archers are beasting. He's gonna pick another low HP scout. Oh, what is that? What are the dance moves on that scout? Doesn't help it in the end, though. So that was a nice raid from the hole from development. He's got more archers and scouts coming forward. Assessment over, rip Emu Warrior. It's a wheelbarrow for development. The bird is cooked. How much food is on the bird? Foraging for Emu. He's doing foraging for the scouts. He's going double stable scouts with all these farms. Wheelbarrow for development, and development's almost up. Liberty Mutual commercial just came on. Is that good or bad for Emu? I wouldn't read anything into the choice of commercials. I once turned on Ornlu's stream and I got an ad that was a PSA from the Department of Transportation telling me not to park my car on train tracks. I don't know what to read from that. So, Castle Age from development, and oh wait, development. You're not walled, buddy. What is this? What is this development? Those scouts have forging development, not like this. Not like this. He's gonna turn and fight with the vills. The vills, at least the scouts don't have armor and bloodlines. They only have forging. But welcome to Emu is leading the Eco KD in this game. That is a major hole for development. Maybe the assessment needs to restart. And now the spear from development was not in position. He's gonna lose another farmer. Emu, the warrior spirit, has not been cooked out of the bird just yet. Oh, there's another weak vill. It doesn't try to snipe it. There's a injured vill on the gold. Oh, and there's a hole to which Emu can get out. So behind all of the forward pressure, development did not finish walling his base. If this house had been here, he'd be safe. But it went from a great situation to now he's down 9 villagers all of a sudden. So Emu can't get the 3rd stable up until he does a tower. But Emu at least is walled. Cookint. And okay, Emu is just like, let's fight this? Or development's like, let's fight this? Oh, Emu calls the GG though. He calls the GG after all those Vill kills. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's trying to go triple stable scouts against Magyars who are in the Castle Age and who would have cav archers, so. Alright. Well, now we're tied. GG. Development says, I don't even need walls. 31 to 25. He says, Emu, welcome to my economy. See how good it is. Kill my vills just as tribute to me. He wants her to chatter. Open Lewis's stream. Got an ad of man putting... Okay, that is a wonderful ad. Alright, so we just had South Dakota Badlands. Do we go to Voyagers now? Do we get the three custom maps? Magyars over Hindustanis. Yeah, T90 held the line with the predictions. Where else was he supposed to put it? Oh boy. So T90 holding the line with our predictions. It's lovely to have something to cast in the evenings. I don't need to wake up early for this. It's just boom. Late night AoE 2. Late night? It's not even late night, it's 9 PM. The night is young for this Age of Empires time. And will he bless us with Voyagers? He will. Voyagers will be our final map. So final game of the day. And it will be on Voyagers. Somehow closed the YouTube window that had the stream running. Hopefully we're still okay there. Yeah, looks like we're good. Mini emus are array cleaner and smarter than you think. They can be fully litter trained, learn tricks like a dog, follow routines, and even recognize 100 plus words. Alright, are they smart enough to win a set against develement, though? Where are we? Okay, lobby up still. Degenerate chatter is fun. Did T90 just do the thing he hates? Wait, did T90 just do the thing he hates? Also, according to the spectator dashboard right now, the ELOs give development the higher ELO rating. He's 2389 against ELO's 2286. I just realized that. And as we go to Voyagers, we'll have Georgians for development and Burgundians for Emu Warrior. I applied to be a T90 mod, but got rejected. Or your copy pasta is just not creative enough? In fact, Warriors is the best map in the pool. That's true, because the version of Arena that they have has low HP walls and chickens. Emu lives and dies by the map pool. I play or don't play based on the map pool. Pastas are yummy when well cooked. Gotta cook your noodles. Gotta cook your noodles. You don't want to be caught with your noodles uncooked. Reminder to all the chatters out there to drink water yourselves and stay hydrated. I'm at that time of year where allergy season has intersected with a sudden rise in temperature. And I just feel like I can't, no matter how much I drink, I just can't be hydrated right now. Alright, so one more game to finish it off. Tied 1-1. Put Emu in red. And here we go. So Voyagers brought to us by the lovely clowns, Marintho and Rapture. We'll have development as the blue Georgians here to the southwest, and Emu as the red Burgundians to the northeast. And where are the boars? You gotta be aware that you can just open a gate and hope the boar takes a random walk and goes to your TC. I don't know if T90 realized that. He didn't actually shoot the boar and take it. But he had a game where a boar tried to walk outside of his walls. At the same time, he opened a gate with a sheep and just went straight to his TC. And the gate closed, and he didn't shoot it and walked back. Wait, what happened? You didn't see that? Watch your game against Puss in Boots. It was the first game. You didn't see it? Okay, well, we'll need to show it off after this one. We'll show it off after this one. You basically made a chicken funnel for the boar by opening a gate at the right time. Remind me after this one, Will. I have the rec saved. Oh, yeah, development definitely could do it. So, yeah, he's bringing the boar in over here. He's opening that gate with the horse. And he'll use the scout to block. So he did do the thing where he went to grab the boar over here and wasn't punished for it. Yeah, actually, development could do it right here, I think. Fun fact, after I watched that game, I opened the scenario editor, and I placed like 25 boars down, and I watched them walk around. Boars are more likely to be left of their starting location when they take their random walks. I need to measure some stats about that. Yeah, you grab from the tower area. There will be a boar by the enemy tower area, but the tower really doesn't do much damage, and you can skirt around it. It has a very limited range, so you can grab the boar and come back, but that does risk the enemy scout or horses laming you. Very odd bias. Lots of things in AoE2 actually are biased to be on the left. This isn't a map, it's a full co-op campaign. So yeah, lots of these random horses. They were never meant to be capturable. That was an accident, but a happy one. They decided to leave it in, and now you can find the horses. They're a bit more balanced, so each player can grab their own horses. Is the gold in corners even here? So the gold in the corners is, I believe, random, whether it's north and south or east and west. So it's the top and bottom here, and it is not in each player's corner. So it's not like split up one player per... Well, I guess maybe you could consider it a player. Nah, okay, yeah, it's not in each side of the map, yeah. I was gonna say maybe the towers are on the same side, but no. So you have to secure the corners differently. And scout which corner has the golden stone, actually. Yeah, Borfax, that's why we joined the stream. So, a bunch of chickens around this tower. The tower does also speed up your own units when you're near it, but the radius is very, very small. And I think these islands... Yeah, Paradox can correct me if I'm wrong. I think I saw that you had a patch note that the islands always will fit a TC now. It used to be in older versions that sometimes it was random and the island was kind of too small, or the stone was in a weird position and you couldn't fit a TC there. But I think you always can TC the stone island now. And hello, Duve. So, loom for Emu. And also, this map is just utterly beautiful, using the Asian maple trees, with the autumn trees and the oak trees. It's very, very well done. Alright, did Emu didn't get any horses? No, Emu hasn't gotten any horses. This is his home map. Does Emu know you can get horses? I think Emu would like horses. Well, yeah, so far, Emu did not pick up his horses. Emu has not gotten his horses. Yeah, this is Minnesota. They're very, very random and you can't find them consistently. I think that was adjusted slightly. Well, maybe it is. Yeah, but getting horses early on is good, as we saw in T90 set earlier, for helping you with boar laming. The hills in the middle are too big for Minnesota? The hills are at, like, elevation 2. So have the players actually scouted which corner the golds and stones are in? That's always something you gotta be aware of if the map has some random elements like that. Being able to scout and see which side they're on. And I think development, if he's paying attention, will have seen that there's a bit of water there. I guess that doesn't actually give it away. I was thinking maybe the water would be kept away from it, but no, not actually the case. So yeah, I think he actually can't confirm which of the 3 corners he didn't scout has the gold and the stone in it. And then same for Emu. He can't confirm any of the 4 corners doesn't have the gold or the stone. I'm completely lucky finding them. Maybe there just need to be more horses then. So there's development up to feudal. And Emu in the Dark Age will fight the scout. That feels like a horrible mistake from Emu. Alright, so Emu saw his opponent, got to the feudal age, then fought the scout, and lost his scout. Maybe he was thinking, I have a Vil out here, I gotta make sure the scout doesn't have enough HP to kill it. But Emu is up to feudal, and development just didn't move the horse for a while. I guess no big deal, though.
Bonjour.
Probably has a theory to tell which corner it's in. Yeah, Georgian Scout too will full heal. That's true, it's a Georgian Scout. It'll just heal up. 2 HP per minute. So, Emu is going to fast castle. We'll have a barracks from Emu. I still don't know if this is a fast castle or an open scouts map, but it looks like it'll be a fast castle from both players. Development up with a market and a blacksmith. Ready to clown around a bit. He's clicking up. 9 seconds of idle TC, so not the cleanest build, but had the feudal time he needed at least to kill the scout. Infinite HP, that's true, from a certain point of view. Yeah. So repairs on the house. And what are we going to have over here? Emu up to feudal, stable, and market. Stable and market, so it'll be a cav opening with the market, kind of arena style, maybe fighting for relics, fighting for stone locations. Ram plus Flemish Rush. Well, he can't do rams because he didn't do a blacksmith, and without the blacksmith, he can't make the workshop to make the rams. So it just has to be kind of a standard light cav and boom then. The correct point of view. Thoughts on light cav bloodless? They are OP, right? Are they different color? What do you mean different color? Development. Oh yeah, the horses are separate colors, right? Yeah. The different colored horses are different units. Like one of them is that like horse A, horse B, horse C. If you go to the scenario editor to place them. I don't think they used horse A here. Horse A was the tan one you saw, like the standard one from AOC. I forget which letters apply to the other colors, though. So, Castle Age here for development. That'd be a good quiz question. For one of those Massmore game shows. Here's a horse. Which horse is it? Yeah, horse C, like, or horse E, like horsey, even more. So second TC for development, and he's up first, not worrying about scouts or anything. Horse F, I think it stops at horse E. I don't think there is a horse F. No respect for the horses. And Bosaw right away. So Georgians and Burgundians, both really good ecos, but in different ways. Burgundians a bit slower to go up to do their eco upgrades. Georgians, once they get fortified churches, they have probably the best overall long-term eco in the game. Easy to defend, 10% boost. You can do a fortified church to destroy the tower. Why no one eats foxes? Because you sell the pelts, you get gold from them. You can hunt them and kill them and skin them, though. I don't know why no one's done it. Emu's gonna do it. I think development may be missing an opportunity here. There's a good 700 gold among all these foxes. Too much work shift-clicking them with one Vil. Oh, Emu, look at this. He's going aggressive. Okay, so maybe it will be light cav and then a workshop and a ram. He did a blacksmith. He did a blacksmith at home. There's the blacksmith. Beautiful blacksmith on all those leaves, the little path leading to it. This is a very pretty map with all the little leaf assets they've used. So there's a pick on a Vil. 400 more res collected so far for Emu. Development, I worry, though, could probably just stop this with a fortified church. Anvil here taking more foxes. Emu can worry simply about getting gold from foxes for the moment as he adds in a ram. Does he have a barracks anywhere? Does he have militia? He's got a barracks at home. There's the militia. Those militia got to walk a long way to get to that ram. So rams and Flemish. That'll be it. Chad is correct. The siege should get a speed boost for a few tiles. Trees have endless holes. So someone's going to be playing this map with identical pine trees, and it's going to look the same everywhere. Alright, second ram, more Flemish. Oh, the horse being attacked. Poor horse. Oh no, the horse is going to be killed. Emu's saying, if I don't have any horses, you can't have any. He's a murderer going after the horse. Oh, does the horse regen? Let me see. No, it doesn't actually. Well, let's see. What is it? What's it called? It's called a mounted unit regenerate HP, and clearly the horse is without someone mounting it, so it does not regenerate. There's a monk out there for development trying to protect the TC. Ram train incoming, and development has no idea this is happening. He's just 3 TC booming. Not a care in the world. No defensive workshop. Making a couple of cav archers. Or is it because the horse converted from Gaia? It's that too. That's true. If you have a Gaia horse and you convert it, it won't regen. The Georgian horses on step regen? If they do, then the tooltip is wrong. See the relics not being picked up? He can certainly see relics not being picked up in the Fog of War. Maybe he just thinks Emu's booming then. He did scout the gold up there. All of his scouting, all of his horses, and it's not useful as he's 2 tiles away from seeing what Emu's doing. He doesn't want to move too far forward under that tower, or that fortified outpost. And here comes. There's 6 militia all in one ram. Look at how speedy it is. At the front. Like Theoden in the Ride of the Rohirrim. Leading the other rams towards the TC. Here come the light cav. Here come the scorpions. The militia will stand there on stand ground. And development up by 13 Vils, 5 kills now for Emu. I think that number will evaporate very quickly. He's trying to attack the rams with the Vils. The scorpions are there. Here comes some cav archers. Are the cav archers a useful unit here? That TC looks like it's almost going down, but development is repairing it. But not enough repair Vils, and the scorpions will kill them. Now Emu, after that massacre, has a 2-3 Vil lead, 4 Vil lead. And he's on 2 TCs. He's adding another TC. He will TC rush the fortified outpost. Can the outpost one hit the TC? Okay, no, it can't. That arrow is pathetic. And now Mangonel defense for development, but maybe a bit too little too late, as Emu with the rams and the scorpions has done what he wanted to do. Oh, he's even killing the cav archers, going to finish one of them off so it can't regen. So vroom vroom, ram train for Emu, successful. Score is still very close. They're within like 50 points of each other. And development going cav archers, pushing out, has a Mangonel now to deal with the scorpions. Oh my gosh, the speedy scorpions by the fortified outpost. Arrow is trying its best. The tower has 2 attack. Well, there's the ram. And development takes a score lead now. Takes a score lead. Still has 1k more res collected. Time to make light cav and collect relics. Time to do husbandry for the mangonel and scorpion. And see Emu, another TC, seeing a horse up there. You know Emu likes to kill those horses. Might garrison the TC. Play a best of 111. This has been a great set. Okay, mangonels trading some hits. Scorpions get hit by the other mangonel. Lots of leaves everywhere. Mangonels clear each other. House going down to the scorpions. We'll have wheelbarrow for Emu. Cav archers dodge. Look at the timing. The APM to move the cav archers away. Stable for development as he's trying to stabilize and maybe get a couple of knights out to pick off the scorpions. Emu's booming away. Up by 8 vills. He's on 4 TCs. 4-2. Yeah, it gives you a speed boost. That's why the scorpions are kind of zooming around. You see him 0.78. And when they leave, it'll drop down. How far does the area extend with the speed boost? And it goes down to 0.65. And oh, Emu, counterattack time. The bear even helping the cav archers.
Bonjour.
As he's gonna lose some vills. Alright, so Emu exposed, wasn't having a TC protecting those vills. And he's gonna bear rush development.
Vos ordres? Ra. Bonjour.
As the vill goes down. It's a 20% boost. Is 0.65 times 1.2 equal to 0.78. That sounds somewhat reasonable. So a knight for development. Handcart forging. Cav archers start doing some hoovering, trying to see anything over here. But meanwhile, development's gotten a relic. No relics yet for Emu. There's one in the middle development's gonna grab. And the cav archers have found the northern TC where handcart's being researched. Both players handcart at the same time. And the Vill's mining the gold. Oh, but the cav archers hit them, force them back. Bear wants some bird meat. The weak Vills are the forward Vills for Emu on that mine. Meanwhile, the knight, slowly but surely, taking down the workshop. Mangonels might help do that a bit more quickly. Why doesn't Emu take the back oysters or the back gold? Wait, is Emu, is he gonna wall in the cav archers and trap them? I mean, maybe he just wants to wall to be safe, but he's walling everything. Alright, oh, he is gonna wall in the cav archers and try to trap them. Actually, is there a hole there? Development, I better hope there is. He's coming over with scorpions. Ingenious drinking that smart water. This must be the smart water up here. And oh, he's just trying to wall them. He's trying to trap them in. They can come here and raid his TC, but oh, they all go down to the scorpions. Masterpiece with a gate. I'm pretty sure this is still open. Well, development's microing somewhere else right now. He's saying, I don't care about your scorpions and my cav archers and your walls. I'm just gonna boom. He's made a TC on his own stone with a fortified church, fitting with a TC and a church on the island to mine that stone extra quick. That's just normal Emu stuff. Is that worth it? Well, it's 100% worth it. He's safe now, right? He's safe now. Doesn't have to worry about raids, has this nice wood line protecting him, can do a few more walls. Up there's the monastery. Won't be getting monks to relics at this rate with the cav archers there. There's a university. Oh, even look at those res he's floating. He's up to imp. He's ready to click imp twice. Genius. Well, what? Sorry, what is the brown building with the dirt roads? Oh, there are also these little buildings here. They're tents. I don't think they do anything. They're just there. They're just there. They make the map look pretty. Some smoke rising from the fire in the tent. Also, yeah, random smoke stacks. Have archers pick off a Vil there. Oh, they look like relics. Oh, but there's a hole. There's always a hole. There's a hole in Emu's masterpiece. But maybe this is just another part of the masterpiece, is now there's only one way out for the Cav archers, and that way out will be stopped by the scorpions. Oh, development. Gonna lose some more scorpions. He's up to Imp 2. We'll have Cavalier for Emu on the way up. Maybe he'll go Paladin. Oh, development, not again. Not like this. Why are the CA going back in? That's a good question. Why not raid that wood line? There's a monk. Looks like Emu will grab the first relic, and also has to be sure he's not debated by the tent. But 3 relics for development. Comes down to a relic war. He has the advantage. You learn your actions have consequences. Forward castle now for development. Oh man, their timings are so close. Their resources much better for development. And development on that southern gold. So each player managing to have a gold on their side. I guess it does kind of still be on your side of the map, right? It's really far for the other player to get there. Oh, forward outpost, dead Vil. And the Mangonel will now follow up by destroying her life's work and removing that outpost from the field. As we'll have workshops for Emu, Paladin clicked, and he'll go for those cheap Burgundian Paladins without bloodlines, which will probably be shredded by Manaspas, or even heavy Cav archers. And good thing he used the map control for relics. He has a relic. He's got 1. 1 to 4. I think that's all the relics on the map. If you go to eco mode, then the tents at least disappear. That is definitely one of the things I wish we could remove. the mini-map dots sometimes. Cheaper than a normal Civs HCA upgrade. Chemistry for development. And 1 Manaspa out here. Vils had to stonewall themselves into the gold. As that Manaspa's hitting the mining camp. And Paladin a minute away. Thank you, Luap, for him for the follow. As that TC hit by the Trib. And Cavaliers pushing in to the Cav archers. They want to go for the Treb, but they'd rather be Paladins when they do. And there's also that only relic for Emu. Light Cav armor conscription all on the way. Cavalier is ready to strike the Vils. Big fight and the Treb will go down. Paladin is in. Paladin is in. Paladin is in, and the Cav archers don't want to fight, but Manaspas can probably fight that. They have lots of armor. But they're not elite yet, and they are not amassed to the point they get their bonus attack. Cannon forward for Emu. Development's still up in res collected, but the KD is much better for Emu. Imagine development had like 20 more Cav archers if he didn't lose them to the Scorpions, and could upgrade them. But there's Squire's Pikeman development trying to go Pikeman after losing his Cav archer. That's never a good feeling. Your army is destroyed 32-9, and the Paladins may reign supreme by running throughout development's eco. And the castle going to go down to 1 cannon and a bunch of Paladins, 2 cannon and a bunch of Paladins. And we can watch that crumble as the Paladins don't even look back. Cool guys don't look at castle destructions, as they'll find the stone island and go to the TC and find one of the fortified churches with the relics. Villagers everywhere. North, west, south, and more south, raided by Paladins. Oh, development tried to do the same thing as Emu by walling, but he just walled the Paladin in with him. He didn't notice it. Now he notices. The cannon taking out the stables. Emu now up by 30, almost 40 Vils. Adding in some barracks. He's going to be doing some militia. Will Emu click the button? How expensive is the button? That's the last thing Emu needs to do here. You expect from the #1 overall seed?
Get to us.
Top 4 and luckiest. Go Team Liberty Mutual. That would be a great sponsor for the New York Liberty.
See.
Oh, Cav Archer's going for the cannon. Emu might be losing his cannon. Also, these walls are incredibly strong. It's going to take forever to break them. Thought Danny Boy is the #1 seed. Top 4 seeds, or top 5, however many groups there were placed into a pot, and randomly the #1 player from that pot that was selected was Emu. So 100% the #1 seed. That's what I was told what happened anyway. Alright, so development is not giving up yet. The evidence is all there. Yeah, Paradox, you gotta go watch Paradox's VODs. He streamed the drawing.
See.
Look at how long that gate takes to go down. There's a GG from development. And where do I click? Emu. Emu Warrior emerges victorious. The 3 custom maps, the 3 USA themed map contest winners. And in game number 3 on Voyagers, Emu went for the ram push, went for the Cav Archer Scorpion trap with the walls, and then went for Burgundian Paladins, and charged his way to victory against development. Oh man, what a set that was. So 152 to 62 KD. Emu's KD was crazy. Development not prepared for that early push, and still had more res collected though, pretty much the whole game. Until he suffered defeat at the end. Dang, what a set that was. What a set that was. Oh yeah. Now let me show T90 what his board did. So what was that? That's Emu winning on Voyagers. They both won their home map. And that was Georgians losing to Burgundians. All victories are big in that group, indeed. Let me find this rec. Let me just look at it directly in AoE 2. Here we go. The T90 can see this rec. Let's see. DE, can you load? There we go. So I called it T90 Boar Magic. T90 versus Puss in Boots on Voyagers. And T90 can witness the boar here. Yeah, so the boar starts right by the wall. And as boars go, they take random walks like that. They move a tile or so around. And so it starts out with a couple of houses, nothing fancy, goes, picks up the sheep. And there are more sheep over there. And that boar, eventually it's going to want to take a random walk. Yeah, oh, there you go. There are the sheep he picked up. And now T90's thinking, oh, let's go scout with the sheep. Let's go scout the sheep. And he's going to bring some back to the TC. And this one will start walking. You can see the shift queue. This sheep here, there you go. The boar took one walk, took a couple steps this way. And now right here, the sheep will open the gate as the boar is walking, trying to get to the other side of the wall. And since the sheep opened the gate, the boar thinks, oh, that's the shortest path to get out here. And eventually the gate closes and the boar realizes, oh no, I can't get out there anymore. And it walks back. And T90 doesn't notice. Doesn't notice a thing. Doesn't notice a thing. I was sad that I was sad too. That was really sad. That was the perfect moment to take the boar. He's probably watching hockey now anyway. Second time he doesn't even see it. That boar was just that was brilliant. That was brilliant. I think you gotta see if you have a boar over there. Maybe just leave a sheep in your gate, hold it open, see if it does that. Yeah, free lore. Yeah, clip it and send it to him. Alright, so that'll be it for tonight. I think there are some more sets still going on. But that's it for me. Is anyone else casting? Baskets, are you going to go live and cast another set tonight? I think there's more sets. Wait until you forget and the enemy steals it when it leaves the base. Thanks so much for stream. Well, thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed. Develement? Oh, I could say the word like that. I never thought about that. So we'll be back, I think, Warlords at 15 GMT tomorrow, and then probably some more USA Cup after that. Oh, definitely, because Cryptic's playing more. I was going to cast that with Baron. And, yeah, we will see you tomorrow. So we'll find someone to raid. Miss you already. I'm actually, when do we get the Texas map used in USA Cup? That's the most USA map there is. But it's what I use my YouTube